All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's special meeting of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. And today's item will be the canvass of the 2022 general election. If we could please have the clerk of the board call the roll.
Yes, good morning. Supervisor Sellers.
Present.
Supervisor Galvin.
Here.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Here.
Vice Chair Hickman.
Here.
And Chairman Gates.
Here. And before we get started with the meeting, I would like to ask everyone if you're able to stand, and I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Honor the flag. Honor the flag. Honor the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everybody.
Equal justice.
All right, so I'm going to start by just giving some remarks, making sure everyone understands what it is that we're doing today, and then we'll go over basically how we'll be proceeding with this meeting, and then discussing a little bit about the public comment, which will be available today. So we are meeting today to certify the canvass of the 2022 November general election. ARS 16-642 dictates that boards of supervisors are to certify the canvass of an election no later than 20 days after Election Day. Certification is not an optional act for boards of supervisors. It is our statutory duty to complete this part. Okay, now I'm going to stop. And I really appreciate everyone being here today, and I know that we're going to show decorum. We're not going to talk while you come up and do public comment. We would ask the same. I have no doubt that that's how this is going to run today. We want everyone to have the opportunity to speak, and at this point, I'm just going over the ground rules for today. And with that, it is our statutory duty to complete this part of the election process. Any registered voter in Arizona who would like to formally contest official results must do so within 5 days after the county and the state canvasses as outlined in Arizona Revised Statute 16-672 through 674. To challenge unofficial results would be like challenging a TV network's prognostications after the polls close. The canvass is what makes the results official. Once official, those results can be challenged in a court of law. Now, some people have questioned whether the board is rushing or moving up certification, but we've had this date circled on our calendars for quite a while now. November 28th is exactly 20 days after the November 8th election. This is the very last day that the Board of Supervisors can certify the canvass by law. My colleagues and I felt it was important to gather all the data and information that we could about the administration of the November general election before holding this public meeting to discuss certifying the results. Far from rushing, we're being very deliberate and methodical before certification. Public testimony, as I've mentioned already, public testimony is very important to me and to my colleagues. And we look forward to running a canvass meeting today that incorporates comments from the public as well as a deep dive into the facts and data from the county's election professionals. So let me talk about what the run of show is going to be. After I've completed my statement, then we will ask the recorder, Stephen Richer, to make remarks about the November general election. Then we will open it up for public comment. And the way that public comment is going to work is that people need to sign out their speaker sheets if they haven't done that already. Fill those out before we start public comment. We will not allow anyone else to fill out a speaker form once public comment has started. You will be provided 2 minutes, just like we did in a recent meeting of the board. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. At the end of the 2 minutes, you're done. There will be a chime with 15 seconds left to let you know that you're coming to the end, and at that second chime, your time is up. And we're going to treat everyone exactly the same way. So after the public comment, we'll then go into a presentation by our co-directors of elections, Scott Jarrett and Ray Valenzuela, and they will discuss the canvas in detail and address some of the questions that have been raised over the past few weeks. Then at that time, we will have questions and comments from the Board of Supervisors. And if there is a motion, then a vote will be held, and that will be the end of the meeting. So that kind of walks you through everything. A few housekeeping things. First of all, the media is free to carry this meeting live, but we ask that you not do any interviews from the auditorium as this meeting is ongoing. And again, to talk about decorum for a second, again, I know no one's going to use profanity, and to move this along, and again, we're going to give everyone the opportunity to speak who's filled out a form. We ask no clapping, no cheering, no booing. Just be respectful of one another. We want to listen to what everyone has to say, and then we will proceed with the meeting. But if it does get out of hand, as the chair, I have the right to recess the meeting. I don't anticipate that that's going to happen at all, but we will do that if we lose order in here. Again, I don't expect it from this group. I think we'll have a very good discussion. And again, it's the Monday after Thanksgiving. So thanks to everybody for coming in, being a part of this, and exercising your right to speak and to be heard in our democratic republic. So with that, I will now welcome up our recorder, Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer, who has worked tireless hours along with the rest of the team on this November general election. And the board is very grateful for your work, Stephen, and thanks so much for addressing us.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chairman Gates and fellow supervisors, for the opportunity to provide an overview of the election processes for which I am statutorily responsible, namely voter registration and components of the early voting process. And apologies to Ray for taking some of the material that he's undoubtedly going to cover in more depth later today. Elections begin with voter registration. You cannot vote if you are not registered. You cannot register to vote without showing proof of identity. You cannot register without having your existence confirmed. You cannot register if you are not an Arizona resident at least 29 days before the election. You cannot receive a ballot by mail unless you have given a valid mailing address that doesn't trigger a return to sender notification through the United States Post Office. The voter registration deadline for this November election closed October 11th. At the close, Maricopa County had approximately 731,000 registered Democrats, approximately 20,000 registered Libertarians, approximately 841,000 registered Republicans, and approximately 843,000 registered others, party not declared independents. This put our voter registration totals at approximately 2,435,000. Prior to the 2020 general election, we had about 2.6 million active registrants. As I've stated previously, I'm confident that our voter registration database is in the best shape it's been for years. We benefited from the once every 10 years redistricting process that required us to send out new voter registration cards to all voters. We ran reports from the interstate ERIC data for the first time in county history. And we increased the number of staff dedicated to voter registration, research, and upkeep. Of our registered voters, approximately 78% are on the active early voting list, whereby the voter automatically receives a ballot by mail for every election for which he is eligible. I believe this represents the high point of the active early voting list. For the November 2020 election, that percentage was approximately 77%. Assessed by party, approximately 78% of registered Republicans are on the active early voting list. Approximately 87% of Democrats, approximately 72% of registered Libertarians, and approximately 70% of others. Unlike almost all of our Western neighbors, we are not an all-male state. You must either be on the active early voting list or you must make a one-time ballot request in order to be mailed a ballot. For the recent election, we mailed out over 1.87 million ballots. The The vast majority of these are mailed out 27 days before Election Day. Some are made closer to Election Day as voters make one-time ballot requests or request a replacement ballot. But the transmission of ballots actually began 45 days prior to the election for UOCAVA voters, our registered, uniformed, and overseas voters who still have the opportunity to participate in our elections no matter where in the world they are. 6,836 UOCAVA voters participated in this election. The early voting team received back approximately 1,314,000 early ballots. Of these, approximately 806,000 came back through the United States Post Office. That represents 61%. Another 54,000 came to the early voting team through the in-person early voting locations run by the Board of Supervisors prior to Election Day. These ballots are still governed by early voting law, and even though they voted in person and showed identification, they must be put in a sealed and signed envelope and returned to the early voting team. The remaining approximately 461,000 early ballots were dropped off at voting locations and drop boxes. Of these, approximately 290,000 were dropped off at voting locations on Election Day. This number, 290,000, represents a significant increase in early ballot drop-offs on Election Day, despite my best efforts to encourage people to get their early ballots back early. In November 2020, Election Day early ballot drop-offs totaled approximately 172,000. That's approximately 120,000 less than this year, despite there being almost 500,000 more total voters in the 2020 presidential election. In November 2018, Election Day early ballot drop-offs totaled approximately 168,000. In November 2016, 170,000. In November 2014, 112,000. For all of the 1.3 million early ballots received back by the early voting team, whether by USPS or dropped off, whether 20 days before election or on Election Day, the early voting team has to undergo the same processes to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the process. I know you all have heard me describe this a million times, but I hope you'll indulge another retelling. We first inbound scan the barcode on the return envelope to make sure it is a legitimate Maricopa County created ballot packet, to make sure it comes from a registered voter, and to make sure the voter hasn't already voted. That's the barcode on the green envelope. Next, we verify the signature on the ballot affidavit envelope. This is done 100% by humans. Some people, especially politicians, continue to suggest that we use artificial intelligence to review signatures. We don't. Over 100 people of all parties contributed to the signature verification process. You can ask any of them, and they will tell you that it's a lot of work and that there is no use of artificial intelligence. After the initial review, the signature goes to a manager audit queue. The first level reviewer has access to the 3 most recent signatures in the voter's file, but the manager has the entirety of the voter's history. Only once the signature is verified is the return envelope sliced open and the ballot packet is sent to a bipartisan team for processing. This is what happens in the big room. Those bipartisan teams extract the ballot from the envelope, make sure the ballot is the right style, make sure there is only one ballot in the envelope, make sure the ballot isn't damaged, and make sure the ballot has nothing on it, like gum, that would interfere with tabulation. Ballots are processed in batches of 200 and then sent to you fine folks for tabulation. All steps are documented. By the Monday before Election Day Tuesday, we had processed all of the ballots we'd received by Saturday, all the early ballots we'd received by Saturday. By Wednesday morning, we'd processed all of the early ballots that we'd received on Sunday, Monday, or through the mail on Tuesday. Regarding the approximately 290,000 early ballots dropped off on Election Day, by law, we cannot retrieve those until all voters have left the voting location and the poll is closed. We spent from approximately 10 p.m. on Tuesday night until 7 a.m. on Wednesday morning organizing those ballots, barcode scanning them, and capturing an image of the signature on the ballot packet such that it could be signature verified. At 7 a.m. on Wednesday morning, we began signature verification on the approximately 290,000 Election Day drop-offs. We did not compromise the process because it's important, because it's the law, and because so much stink has been made about this process over the last 2 years. We did, however, bring all hands on deck. As mentioned, we had over 100 people work on signature verification at various points. And here I want to give special thank you to the staff in the recording department and the voter registration department, who, though not directly responsible for early voting, worked overtime to verify signatures. We finished verifying signatures from the 290,000 early ballot drop-offs on Election Day on Thursday afternoon. We finished processing the 290,000 early ballot drop-offs on Election Day on Sunday afternoon. And we, of course, worked through the Veterans Day on holiday on Friday. We transmitted batches to the Board of Supervisors for tabulation as they became ready. Following completion of the processing of the 290,000 Election Day drop-offs on Sunday afternoon, a few important tasks remain to be done for the early vote team. First, provisional ballots. In-person voters are given provisional ballots if for whatever reason our system does not show them to be a validly registered voter, or if our system shows that they've already voted or something of the like. Those ballots are the same style and look as the ballot the voter would ordinarily receive and ordinarily vote, but they are put in a special provisional envelope that isn't opened until my team has researched the situation and determined if the vote should be moved forward or not. Second, the curing process. This is the process that happens when a voter's signature is deemed non-matching by the early vote team. By law, voters had until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, 8 days after Election Day, to submit information to cure a non-matching signature. Again, that is by law, 8 days after Wednesday, 8 days after Election Day on Wednesday, 5 p.m. We also proactively cured ballots prior to 5 p.m. on Wednesday by calling, texting, emailing, and mailing voters. Through this, we cured many thousands of ballots that were valid, but otherwise wouldn't have been moved forward. Originally, approximately 16,000 ballot packets were deemed bad signature, non-matching signature. Of those, through the efforts of political parties and our team, we were able to cure all but 1,800 of those ballot packets. That includes 6,000 that we cured after Election Day. Those are ballot packets that wouldn't have been able to move forward but for the curing process. Those are votes that wouldn't have been tabulated but for the curing process. At that point, early voting was done, and we awaited the results as produced by the board. But before I close, a few editorial comments, if I may. First, this was a very successful early voting process. We had very few voter issues, and those we were able to resolve almost immediately. The early voting process is safe, it is secure, it is trackable, and it is subject to fewer of the caprices of in-person voting. And if somebody has an issue, for example, 14 days before Election Day, that issue can easily be resolved in the next 2 weeks. This used to be a broadly shared sentiment that had been growing since no excuse early voting was implemented in Arizona in 1992. I'd like for us to get back to that place. I'd like for us to get back to the place, back to the world where the responsibilities that the 15 county recorders oversee, voting by mail, is rightfully encouraged, not discouraged based on some falsehood that then steers voters to methods that might be less convenient or more challenging for them. 2. All early voting processes were overseen at all stages by political party observers. We have some of them here. We had observers round the clock. Even during our evening work, 2 weeks before Election Day, we had observers. I am very impressed and I am very grateful. 3, thank you to the team. My permanent team has undergone a lot over the last 2 years, a lot of challenges, but they continue to show up, they continue to care, and they continue to work hard. They continue to support each other. Thanks also to the temporary staff that joined our team as part of the nearly 3,000 Arizonans who conduct Maricopa County's elections. In addition to bringing an extra pair of hands, they also brought enthusiasm and levity that the process needed, all while approaching their important work with the seriousness that it deserves that begins with taking an oath of office. And special thanks to those people handling communications, both by phone at the Star Call Center and by email. Our county workers were professional and they were prompt in answering questions even when dealing with unnecessary abuse. 4, I'm only statutorily responsible for 50% of the election operation, but I'm 100% confident in the integrity and character of the people working the other half of the election operation. That starts with Chairman Bill Gates, who has continued to lead despite personally and probably going through personal hell. Bill, I've admired your strength and character. 5, starting November 4th, 2020, 2 months before I took office, election administration has been front and center news in Arizona, and it has been filled with hate, and it has caused divisions where there shouldn't be divisions. I imagine this will have to continue for at least another few weeks, but I don't think it is good for Arizona, and I hope it can change in 2023. I'd very much like that. I'd very much like for media to not be as much of a part of our daily lives. I'd very much not to lose friendships over election administration. 6, lastly, I've said from the beginning of my time in office in January 2021 that elections in Arizona can and should improve, both our legal framework and our administration. I very much believe that still. I will happily work with anyone in Arizona who wants to improve voter registration and early voting, and I'm sure the same is true of the board for election day and tabulation. But these conversations need to focus on real issues. We can spend the next 2 years, as we've spent the last 2, fighting over conspiracy theories promoted on social media by people who know nothing about
Okay, all right. I've asked you before, please do not boo, do not cheer. Let's let Recorder Richard speak.
Don't sit here and label people here.
We can.
No, okay, again, we need to stop, please. Everyone has the opportunity to say what they want to. We're not going to stop folks when you have your 2 minutes, as long as we don't get into profanity, which I do not anticipate. Let's please be respectful. The world is watching. Let's show people. Yeah, we're getting very close to. I'm getting very close to calling a recess here, and I don't want to do that. All right. So again, please stop. We want to give everyone the opportunity to speak. Recorder Richard.
But that didn't help Arizonans this election, and it won't help the process for 2024. If we spend all of our time on stuff like Splunk logs, fractional voting, and ballot mules, then we won't be addressing the questions that all Arizonans care about, such as how can we speed up the time it takes to process Election Day early ballot drop-offs, or how can we prevent third-party groups from confusing voters by masquerading as a county entity. That's what I want to be working on. This is my first foray into elected politics, and it's been an eye-opener. But if we make some of these real improvements, to our election system over the next 2 years, then it will be a worthwhile endeavor, and it will be something that we'll all be proud of, both elected and Arizona citizens alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Recorder Richard. I want to say thank you to you and your entire team. Excellent presentation for people who were, watching online or here. I think they have a better understanding of how things are done on your side of the house. This election was run extremely well. As you pointed out, it was not run by you on your own, but instead by temporary workers, by permanent workers, your team, political observers from all the parties play an important part in it. And again, your mastery of the election system, I admire greatly. And you are an outstanding leader for us in Maricopa County. And thank you for your presentation. Any comments from my colleagues?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you. I just want to once again echo some of the comments you've made. I appreciate the hard work of all our elections officials across the state of Arizona. They have worked so hard over the last several months to make the 2022 election come forward. I know what it takes. I've been there. I spent many of my early years there in the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, Elections Department. I just know the dedication and work that goes in, and I know quite a few of the folks that are still there. They're my friends. I know them well, and I know the amount of work they put in. They put their whole lives, I say this over again like a broken record, but they put their whole lives to the side to ensure that folks have an opportunity to vote, and they have just done a tremendous job this year and in the past years, and I truly believe that in the future they'll continue to do the work. Mr. Richards, just great job. Thank you so much for the work you've done. I appreciate it so much. You have done a great job, and couldn't be more satisfied with the work. I appreciate
Again,
the applause. Thank you so much for agreeing with me. Thank you, Mr. Richards, for all the work you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallardo. Supervisor Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to thank Recorder Richard as well. I want to remind everyone that when he took office, with all the challenges in the 2020 election, he had no part in that. But he took the time to learn the professionalism and the integrity of that elections group, who, by the way, has won a lot of national awards for the work that they do. And through that, when he learned the truth and learned the integrity of that group, he stood up for them, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Sellers. Any other comments? No, sir. All right. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Okay, so now it is the opportunity for all of you to speak. So this is, if you haven't gotten your speaker slip in by now, we're closing that. And I'm going to be handed the speaker slips here, and we're going to go through these. Again, everyone who speaks will have 2 minutes. We'll ask when you come up. Looks like maybe we have another form out there if we could grab that. Thank you very much. And when folks come up, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call 2 people up at a time, and then we'll just keep it flowing that way. We'll ask you to stand right over here as we go through these. Okay, so our first 2 speakers I'm going to call up are Catherine Sigmund and Louis Herms.
Yes.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you all so much. I didn't expect to be the first speaker, but I want to say I am a voter in Tempe, Arizona. I've lived in Arizona for 25 years, and I have happily voted by mail all the times I've been able to. I find it an incredibly convenient and safe way to vote. I appreciate all the elections officials. I appreciate Stephen Richer, who has run an excellent recorder's office here in Maricopa County. I thank all the workers who volunteered, all the professionals who have made sure that our elections are safe and reliable. I've personally been able to watch the signature verification process. It's incredibly impressive. I just wanted to say I appreciate all of the work that you have done to make our elections safe and secure. I appreciate having the freedom and the liberty to vote here in Arizona and in Maricopa County. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then I will call up as well Joe Oltman and Chris Fernandez. And then Mr. Herms. Thank you for joining us.
You have to hold it down the whole time. No, we're good. We're good. Okay. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And again, if we could ask for folks' addresses as well.
Hello, my name is Louis Herms, and just want to put on record really quick that Bill Gates let the fans of Stephen Richards clap out loud without reprimanding him, so let's just be aware of that going forward. Also, directly from a person in the South, I'm sure they would say to the Board of Supervisors. Bless your heart.
Okay, again, please, no outbursts. Please proceed.
And I just like to, another reminder, please, that you do work for we the people.
Thank you.
And we the people ultimately pay taxes. Therefore, the checks are ultimately cut from we the people. I know sometimes when we're sitting up in our crystal castles, that can get lost. So it's just a friendly reminder. I noticed with Mr. Richards, one of the first things he said is you cannot register to vote unless you have been verified. So I just like for people to pay attention to some of the things I'm saying indirectly. 460,000 votes were dropped off.
Come on.
Make sure that's a note. 290,000 votes were dropped off on election day. This is something we need to pay attention to. Did not state, which is hugely important, what time those votes were dropped off, and this is key. These are things we should pay attention to. The 290,000 votes, by the way, this is from Mr. Richards, I'm not saying this myself, said was a massive increase from 2020 and even more from 2018. These are things to pay attention to, folks. Organizing overnight started, is that 15 seconds? Is that what that is?
That's correct.
Okay. Organizing overnight started verification of said ballots the day after Election Day. Didn't even start counting until Thursday after election, up into Sunday through Monday officially.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
The state that Arizona election has been front and center was national news. Pay attention to that too. Why is that? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Oltman?
Hey, tell me when it starts. Does it start when I walk up?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know,
And if you could mention your address as well, we'll put time back on.
okay, Joe Oltman, 8245 North Keith Court, Castle Pines, Colorado. You know, I'm not here to yell at you. I'm the chief election denier. I'm the person he talks about as far as a conspiracy theorist. I'm also a subject matter expert when it comes to system architecture. I got involved in this not because I needed money, not because I wanted power, not because I wanted anything to do with elections. I found myself in this place where I started uncovering what was happening in Dominion. I wrote a schematic of Dominion, how you could cheat in the system, sent it out to everyone. I went to the State Department and talked to them on January 6th. You know, you have an obligation, regardless of what side of the political aisle you are, to protect the vote of the people. The voice of the people, it's not stealing an election. It's not putting someone in a position of trust. It's having the ability to steal things such as increase taxes or have ballot measures. There's much more at risk than just the person that you put into a chair. People should have confidence in the system. They should have confidence in fair, free, and transparent elections, but they're not transparent. And if you just use that litmus test, a simple litmus test of whether or not we have transparency, you can't in your hearts see that there's a transparent process that every American can depend on. 48% of the machines going down in Maricopa County is unacceptable. The fact that they were tested before that and there was no problem with it is problematic. The fact that we can gaslight the American people like we did with COVID, like we did with gender fluidity, like we did with all sorts of other things that we started to uncover during the pandemic is just wrong. Some of you, most of you are parents, your grandparents. What do you want to leave this country as in the future? And if it truly is that the American people want to vote for a communist nation, then let them freely vote for it. But make the system transparent, which it is not. And you can't outvote a machine. You just can't.
Thank you for your time. Next, again, no applause, please. Now, if we can invite up Martha Kochi and Denise Babian. So if you can please come up, and Christopher Hernandez. Thank you. Again, if you can state your address, please.
Yeah, so my address is 4144 North 3rd Avenue, Apartment 1, Phoenix, AZ 85013.
Thank you.
I just wanted to get up here and, of course, thank all of you for running a safe and secure election. In a county as large as Maricopa County, one of the largest in the nation, of course, things aren't going to go off without a hitch, and I recognize that, but I'm glad to see that all of you and all the other officials involved made a concerted effort to address any problems that arose and to resolve them. I'm glad that my voice is heard as a voter here in Maricopa County, as well as millions of others. And I'm glad to see that we are still encouraging voters to use all the tools available to them. And myself, I voted early in person. And just thank you so much for running this as well as it could be, given everything that has transpired, not just in this election, but over the past few cycles. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then if I can call up Dawn Henninger and Lydia Abril, and now we'll have Martha Kochi. And if you can state your address, and then we'll start the time after the speakers stated their address.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martha Kochi. I noticed the first speaker was not asked to state their address, and the form said it was optional, so I'm not going to state my address.
That's your right to do so.
I want to encourage everyone in this room to please remain respectful. Mr. Gates did advise us to not be noisy, so we want everybody to have a chance to speak because this is a very important day. So I just encourage everyone to, I know your emotions are high, but please remain calm. So I was a poll worker on November 8th from 6 a.m. The tabulator machines at my location were not accepting the ballots. We had long lines inside the building, and they were not moving. I also received a text at the same time from my friend who voted in, gotta get it right, Cave Creek, sorry, up north, Cave Creek, and it was the same problem up there. Our troubleshooter was responsible for 4 locations. They were not, the tabulators were not working. And this is a very important election. These should have all been screened ahead of time. They should have been proof that they were working correctly. My husband came to vote at the same location where I was a poll worker later on in the afternoon. He put in his vote in both machines, backwards and forwards, upside down, right side up, over and over again. It would not accept. As a poll worker, I know sometimes the ballot itself is rejected for a reason, such as an overvote, or there's a mark on the ballot that shouldn't be there. These, you know, his was, it said, see a poll worker. I saw many people putting their ballots in, and it said, see a poll worker. Sometimes I did see overvote. I saw legitimate reasons. But there were many times where there was no explanation. People filled in their bubble correctly. So I also want to say we had 3 ballot-on-demand printers. One of them stopped working for several hours. It was causing logjam, you know, backups, people waiting for a place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. And then if we could, did I call up Lydia Abril already? Okay, perfect. So then if we could have Denise, Dawn Henninger. Yeah, Denise.
Hi, my name is Denise Babian. I live in Phoenix. To Mr. Richer, I have to tell you that your voter rolls are a disaster. I banged on over 6,000 doors. And those, when you pull up the names of who's supposed to be living at the households, there are sometimes 7 or 8 or 9 people listed, and not one of those people are the person I'm talking to at the front door. And that person does not know who any of these people are. That happens, I'd say, at least half of the time I knock on doors and get to talk to people. Same thing happened in 2020. I banged on over 4,000 doors that year, same exact result. Nothing's changed. This is not a crystal clear election, as you say. You thanked all of your workers and all of the 3,000 Arizonans that gave up their time and energy to do this. Did you see the latest Rasmussen poll that came out? It reads, survey of election workers, poll watchers, and volunteer attorneys reveals election chaos in Maricopa County. 84.3% of the people that took this poll say that they have zero confidence. 84% of poll workers in Maricopa have zero confidence in our election process from this year. You're wrong. You don't consult with we the people. You think you know and you don't. I'm addressing Mr. Richer at the moment. Also, I would like to tell you that I electioneered all throughout my district, and that was 10 different polls that I electioneered at, and every single one of those polls, I had people coming out panic-stricken because they were freaking out that their ballot was not accepted. They did not know if it was legitimate. They were told to throw it into the famous, infamous box number 3, or they were told to go and come back another time. Every poll I visited, I had no idea what to tell them because I'm outside as an electioneer. They're coming to our tent asking us what to do. So that's something else. And I want to know from all of you, how do we get to address the questions that we're coming up and concerns, the gal before me, the concerns that we have, machines breaking down. You're going to listen to us talk for 2 minutes and then you're going to go off. You know something? I feel that you guys forget you represent we the people. And it's our concerns here. We have no confidence at all in our election process.
Thank you very much for your time. Just as a please, again, please, no outbursts. And as a reminder, once all public comment is done, then we're going to have presentations from our co-directors of elections who will address many of the issues that have been raised today. Ms. Abril, is that correct? Okay,
Yes,
and then if just before you get started, if we can invite up Jean Pierce and Michelle Althor. So if you two could come up over here, and then Miss Abril, if you could please state your name and address for us.
Yes, my name is Lydia Abril. My address is 2501 West Wickenburg Way. I represent Wickenburg Action Group. I have something to share with you with regards to what God has to say to all elected officials, every one of them. And this is found in the book of Psalms, chapter 58. Justice, you high and mighty politicians, don't even know the meaning of the word. Fairness, which of you has any left? Not one. All your dealings are crooked. You give justice in exchange for bribes. These men are born sinners, lying from their earliest words. They are poisonous, deadly snakes, cobras that close their ears to the most expert of charmers. Oh God, break off their fangs. Tear out the teeth of these young lions, Lord. Let them disappear like water into thirsty ground. Make their weapons useless in their hands. Let them be as snails that dissolve into slime, and as those who die at birth, who never see the sun. God will sweep away both old and young. He will destroy them more quickly than wicked men, more quickly than a cooking pot can feel the blazing fire of thorns beneath it. The godly shall rejoice in the triumph of the right. They shall walk in the blood-stained fields of slaughtered wicked men. Then at last, everyone will know that good is rewarded and that there is a God who judges justly here on earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please, no outbursts. Mr. Henninger. And if you could please state your address as well.
Chairman Gates, members of the board, Don Henninger, 82 East Del Camino in Scottsdale. I'm also co-lead of the Arizona Democracy Resilience Network. It's a network of several hundred community, business, nonprofit, and faith leaders across Arizona, Republicans and Democrats alike. We work in support of fair, safe, and secure elections, the backbone of our democracy. Here today to support your certification of the election results in our county, seeing no evidence that anyone who wanted to vote couldn't, and no evidence that any votes were not counted. We share the disappointment over the technical problems on Election Day, and we empathize with voters who were inconvenienced, but we appreciate that our leaders and our election workers reacted quickly to the challenges and were transparent and upfront at every stage of the process. On behalf of our network, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you to the thousands of workers and volunteers who spent many hours working to bring this election to a conclusion. Thank you to our leaders who admitted the challenges, moved quickly to solve them, and had the courage to stand up to those who criticized and sometimes threatened them along the way. Thank you for your time and for your service to our county and to our country.
Thank you, Mr. Henninger. Again, please, no outbursts. At this time, I would like to welcome up to join us here on the line Kathy Roscoe, and also Barbara Russell, and then Jean Pierre. Sorry, my apologies.
I'm sorry, you mangled my name. It's Joanne Pierce.
Sorry, Joanne Pierce, my apologies. Your address, and then we'll go ahead and have you get started.
Let me get my glasses on. Thank you, BOS, and all for hearing me today. I am Joanne Pierce, an in-town resident of Wickenburg. On October 10th, 2022, a massive hurricane hit and devastated Florida. On November 8th, 2022, a few weeks later, 7.5 million people voted on written ballots in the general election. 5 to 7 hours later, all ballots were hand counted, and the winners of those elections were announced. Meanwhile, in our Arizona, U5 BOS's and AZSOS's department was incapable of providing anything resembling a final count for weeks. Every single one of you ought to be ashamed of how Arizona is now the laughing stock of the nation because Maricopa County is inept. Corruption occurred, people's votes haven't been counted, and thousands of votes have been disenfranchised. Arizona needs to vote and count as Florida did November 8th, 2022. Shame to hell to Maricopa County for dragging our fine Arizona straight to the toilet.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Michelle Alther. And if you could please state your address.
Michelle Altair, I'm from Goodyear. And I was a marshal at this last election. But prior to even having November 8th, when I went to training, as we were practicing on the tabulators, they didn't even work on that day. We were given different ballots, and as you scan the ballots, they're supposed to have a certain code on there, and none of them worked. I think maybe one out of how many tries we did. He kept saying, oh, it's supposed to give this code. So they didn't even work when we were training. On election day, few minutes after the first person comes up to get their scan their ballots, misread, turn it over, misread. And that's how it happened for the whole entire day. We also had an incident where our scanners lost power. We didn't realize when they set them up, they didn't turn them on. They didn't have the power strip on. So 2 hours into it, our scanners went down. It took about 30 minutes for them to reboot, and so we were able to scan. I was able to keep people at the polling place because I told them stay there. But I know, with everything that you're hearing, all the testimony, I know what I'm saying is probably just going to be dropped into bin number 3 as I'm dropping the report. This election report is going right into bin number 3. Because the thing of it is, we are living in perilous times. This is a battle of good and evil. You can sit as lords over us, and I hope that anybody that's running for a position in politics would get it through their heads that when they're elected, they're not gods over us. They are elected and they're servants to us, we the people. And there will come a day when you will sit before a higher judge. You will sit before a higher judge, and you will be held accountable for your role in what's been going on, for the deception and mocking God with calling evil good and good evil. Thank you.
And ma'am, if I could just ask you which voting center that was at that you were working at?
It was at the Estrella Foothills.
Thank you very much for your work on Election Day. And then at this point, let's ask up Vern Bybee and Randy Miller. So if they can come up here, and then we have Kathy Roscoe. Yeah, please come join us. Thank you. And then if you could state your address.
My name is Kathy Roscoe. I live in Maricopa County. I came here today to get an up-close and personal look at the 7 traitors to the United States Constitution.
Okay, again,
are
please.
Sitting at that desk. You were set to receive a subpoena this morning at 9:30. What did you do? You called your meeting for 8 a.m. What are you hiding? I will not repeat your election crimes. I will just say, not certifying the machines constitutes a form of interference. And in case no one has enlightened you people, interference in an election in the United States of America, Mr. Gates, is a capital offense. It's considered treason, punishable by the death penalty. So it's obvious why you, Hobbs, and Deep State Ducey are desperate to keep your cronies in office. Our country indeed has a pandemic of suspect, illegally elected officials and their self-appointed bureaucrats who think they do not have to do their jobs, yet stay on the government payroll. You are openly and arrogantly violating your oath of office. We want a new 2022 state election not run by the people at this desk or Katie Hobbs. 75% of the citizens who went to vote stated that they were downright angry about the trajectory of the country, yet the foreign-owned mainstream media claims that we're evenly divided. That gives you plenty of cover to go in a back room and print as many ballots as you need to CYA. I will just say this. The voting booth is supposed to be a time for a peaceful revolution. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution necessary.
Your time is up. And again, I just want to clarify, reference was made to the subpoena that this board received from Senator Kelly Townsend. This board, in fact, responded to it, hand-delivered a copy to it before 9:30 this morning. Next speaker is Barbara Russell. Thank you so much. If you could state your address, please.
Yes, I'm Barbara Russell, and I'm from Wickenburg, Arizona, proudly for the last 20 years. I have 50 years experience as electioneer. I'm older than I look. On November 8th, 2022, I arrived at our polling place in Wickenburg as an in-person voter. And already there were issues, printers having problems, tabulators having problems. By the time I finished filling in my ballot, they did manage to print my ballot, and I turned it in, or stood in line, actually. There were already 2 lines in front of 2 tabulators. Surprising, only 2 tabulators. That was my first thought. And they were sporadically breaking down. The poor troubleshooter on location was taking them apart when they stopped running and cleaning them, she said. They were talking about the pens. They kept having different ideas. They were telling people in line as I was in, voters, we were in line. And anyway, about half of the people that were ahead of me in line were unable to vote. Their ballot, one lady tried 20 times, different directions to get her ballot accepted. And I thought there was a restriction on how many they could do, but they continued to try to get it to go through, and it would not. Gentleman in front of me was actually yelling, and they escorted him out because they said he was interfering with the process, but it was because he was unable to vote. So I went out to my little table as electioneer at 7. By 8 o'clock, I had contacted the GOP hotline to report what was going on and that the tabulators weren't working. 50% of the voters were being turned away, so 50%. When I went to school, 50% was a failing grade.
Thank you. Your time is up. I appreciate your testimony. Next, I would like to invite up Sharon Huber, and then also to get in line, and then also Monsi Arredondo, please. So we have Vern Bybee. Thanks for joining us. If you could please state your address.
I was born just down the block. This is my home. I was part of the Maricopa audit. And during the Maricopa audit, you guys admitted that you were off on count. How is it that these multi-million-dollar machines can be off on count? You admitted it. And then another point. Why is it that during your 2 weeks to take the count, there are trucks going from the counting center to the printing center? There's no reason there should be any trucks going in and out of that counting center. Those votes should be there, and they should stay there. Why are trucks transporting back and forth to Runbeck, which, by the way, the Maricopa audit was told, do not touch Runbeck. Runbeck is who prints our votes. Why is there trucks going back and forth? I pose that question. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. And next, Randy Miller. Thanks for joining us today.
I'm a resident of Maricopa County. First, I want to address that this whole process of the 2 minutes is a violation of our First Amendment right to to petition our government and address our grievances. You have no right to limit our time while you give government officials that work for us all the time in the world that they need to talk about what they're gaslighting us about. The second thing I want to say is everything that Mr. Richard was talking about, early ballots, mail-in ballot, it's a violation of the Constitution. Have you read Article 7, Suffrage and Elections, Section 10? It says general elections shall occur. Shall under law is mandatory. I'm sure you're aware of this, Mr. Liddy. Is mandatory under law, shall occur the first Tuesday following the first Monday of November. When you vote, that's an election. When you sit at your table and you fill out a ballot and you mail it in and you just voted prior to the election day, violation of the Constitution. The other section is Article 7, Section 7, which specifies only the legal votes will determine the winner. If we have all these problems, put it in box number 3, it doesn't tabulate, mail them in, you don't know what they are. Mr. Richard himself, when I met with him prior to the other election, he said they have 26,000 people that they've identified on the voter rolls that they're trying to clean up. He's been there 2 years and he did what, 1,500, I think he said? And he says this is the best it's been. That's what they've identified. We have no proof of the voter rolls. You have an election that was a shambles. Instead of praising the people that were running the election, you need to fire them for incompetence. Because this whole thing was a sham. You're violating the Constitution. You're violating our rights by saying you can only petition the government for 2 minutes. Where's your authority to do that? Who died made you king? This has got to stop. The election was a sham. We would like to have a re-election, and we would like to have people there that actually know what they're doing, make sure we're not using the machines, and we're doing it properly, and then we have time to air our grievances with you as the constitutional permits.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you for your testimony. And so we have are you Sharon Huber? Yes? Okay, if we, do we have Monsi Arredondo here?
She had to go home.
Had to go home? Okay, thanks so much. And then if we could also invite up Simon Caskey, and then also Mike Peterson. Ms. Huber, your address?
Hello, I am a resident of Maricopa County. My name is Sharon Huber, and I live in Wickenburg, Arizona. I feel that the voters of Arizona, and in particular Maricopa County and Wickenburg, had their votes disenfranchised because Maricopa County had so many problems on Election Day with their printers, tabulators, and other machines malfunctioning throughout the day. Thousands could not vote. Thousands left discouraged. I was one of those voters disenfranchised in Wickenburg and Maricopa County. I tried to vote in person, and I was told by the poll workers I had the right kind of ballot, that they had problems with the printers at first and then the tabulators all day long. Sure enough, the tabulator would not accept my ballot. I tried over and over for close to an hour, going from one tabulator to the other tabulator, turning it right side up, upside down, and every which way. I inspected my ballot to make sure I had filled in completely all the circles and that there were no stray marks. And I used a black ink pen. My ballot looked perfect. And no matter what I did, the tabulator would not accept it. I watched dozens of voters having the same problems. We were given an option, put it in drawer 3, labeled misreads, and assured it would be counted that night. Actually, I didn't find out until 10 days before I got confirmation that it was counted. Or we could spoil it or try again, go to a different town to vote. They said 60-plus tabulators in Maricopa County were not working correctly. I reluctantly finally put my ballot in drawer 3 ballot and noticed there were hundreds of ballots stuffed in both tabulators in drawer 3. I was later told there were 17,000-plus ballots in drawer 3. I was a poll worker a number of times under different Secretary of States and recorders. We never had problems. Not like this. How can elections be fair when tens of thousands of people are not able to vote? I know many people who never got confirmation their vote was counted.
Thank you, Ms. Huber, for your time. And then, are you Simon? No? Yes. Yes, Simon. If you could come join us. Are you Mike Peterson? Yes. If you could please speak, and then if we could have Simon come up, and also Raquel Cantaresi. Do we have Raquel here? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, your address, please.
I believe it is on the form.
There you go. It is. Thank you very much.
Can I begin?
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors, I was a poll worker. I worked at the Paradise Valley Community College 14-day center. So I was working for 14 days straight, and what I will say that I've seen is voters this cycle have in fact been disenfranchised. When they come in and they bring their ballot and they can't turn it in because there's a line to turn it in, or they can't vote because they're told they can't check in because they weren't able to properly check out at the previous polling center they were at, because we as poll workers were not taught how to check out voters at our poll centers. So if a tabulator goes down and they have to come to our poll center, you know what this means? It means that they're still checked in at another poll center and being forced to take provisional ballots which are not being counted. In other words, they see this, they see the long line from the printer, and then at my poll center, where we literally had at 7 p.m. on election day, 675 people waiting in line. Of those 675, do you know how many came in? 150. It means that you have personally disenfranchised voters. They have came, they have seen, and they have given up because they know what is going on. And if you willingly certify this election, look at it. Every single one of us who's a poll center worker right now is making fun of you. Every single one of us. You are the butt of our jokes.
Disaster.
Now, here's your chance. Validate yourself. Save yourself. Be the hero for once in your life.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Our next speaker, Raquel. Thank you. And then I would like to invite up Susan Truix and Ben Berkwam, please.
My name is Raquel Contachesi. I'm a Maricopa County resident. There's a lot to say, but a lot's already been said at the last meeting and this meeting. You have had people personally come up here and testify of their personal experiences as a voter, as a poll worker, and as a poll watcher. I was also an observer, and I can let you know that there were multiple problems going on, just as you've already heard and that you guys are already aware of. I think one issue that's kind of not being highlighted enough is that in drawer 3, when the polls close, when the last voter leaves, when the equipment is being taken down, when tabulators were opened, there were at one site in particular of someone I know, they did not separate drawer 3 ballots from the tabulated ballots. That's in the tabulator. In my particular site, they did at least initially try to rerun the drawer 3 ballots, but then at that point, and there was only 2 that ever, took from, I don't know, the hundreds that they were trying to rerun, they commingled the untabulated ballots of drawer 3 with the tabulated ballots. There is no way to ever sort that and track that. Those are lost votes. Those are lost voices. You guys have heard. I have no idea why you can say and Richard can say things like election run extremely well, mastery with election process, professionalism and integrity. How can you say that after hearing people coming up personally, not just here, but you've heard other reports, but here, you cannot say that this went well. People were disenfranchised. There were problems. Things were not run okay. So quit trying to say that. Just acknowledge it, and let's figure out what we need to do to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
And may I ask you, thank you for your testimony, so you were a worker at this?
I was an observer.
Observer.
Yeah,
And which one were you an observer at?
I was over off of Central Lutheran. It was off of Camelback and 7th Street, right before there.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, so I would like to ask as well, Scott Brogy, what's that? Brogy and Linda Atley, if they could also come up. And then Susan, if you could please join us. Susan Truax, thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, my name is Susan Truax, and I am a native of Arizona. I am from Scottsdale. I am an early voter that you're talking about. I was very concerned from the 2020 election because of what happened there. So my husband and I decided that instead of mailing our ballots in, we would go to the county recorder and hand deliver our votes. After spending much time going over our votes and filling out everything exactly as it should have been filled out. We took it down, and actually, I hate to admit it, but we left our votes at home because we both thought the other person had them. So we made 2 trips down to the county recording office, and at that time, we gave it to them and weren't greeted well, but it was okay. We gave them our vote, and and we said we want it tracked. We want to make sure that our votes count. Got home, didn't hear from them 2-3 days. When it came almost the 8th, now we did this a week before the election. We just wanted to make sure this was taken care of. On the day before the election, I actually called in 2 days before the election, waited 25 minutes to talk to somebody. And I know the term professionalism has been used here, 25 minutes just to talk to someone to have a question answered. When I got on the phone, I explained the whole situation, and she told me that it should be counted. Okay, so still no notification, nothing that my vote was counted. So then I wanted to do the pure vote where you have to, I went through the whole process, giving them the last 4 digits of my Social Security, filling out all their forms to make sure that my vote was counted. Still no notice. Then my husband, we called about his. They said his signature is fine, which of course my signature should have been fine, and they said that his vote should be fine. It should be counted. To this day, our votes have never been certified as far as them counting.
So, Ms. Truax, thank you so much, and we'll make a point to follow up with you on that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Next, if I can ask Barbara Jennings and Roger Mayeb also to get in line here, and we have Ben Berquam. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Supervisor. I typically don't speak at these. I represent folks. I have an organization called Frontline America, and I also represent a media outlet, Real America's Voice News. We were denied entry, along with my colleague, Jordan Conradson, to the election office, and I figured this was an appropriate time to redress my grievance. I spend most of my time on the southern border exposing the invasion that's going on down there, especially here in Arizona and what's coming into our country. The biggest concern I have is if this election is certified, the only parties that will benefit from this are the cartels. They've taken over Mexico, and sadly, they've taken over many politicians in America. What we saw on Election Day was outrageous, and to say that it was anything but that is either you think we're stupid or you're just that arrogant. What we've seen from you in the election office and your response, very simple questions needed to be asked. 2020 was a disaster. How was 2022 worse. You cannot say that you can certify an election when half of the voting machines were down. Was it 1,000 people that were disenfranchised? Was it 10,000 of the people that were there in line, or the people that didn't show up because they saw on the news the election machines didn't work? The fact that you've already made up your minds, you've already made the decision, this is all semantics. All of us coming up here and speaking is semantics. You've already made your vote. You've already made this decision. You said the world is watching, and you're right. They're watching, and they're watching this disaster play out in front of them. You responded to the AG with the most pathetic, inept response I've ever seen. You have not redressed the grievances of these people. That is the question, and the answer that I hear from everyone across this room is you cannot certify. So the question is, what is the remedy? The fact that you were on a PAC that was going against Kari Lake, as well as Richer, going against Kari Lake, how can you say that there's no conflict of interest? You have a Secretary of State running against a gubernatorial candidate. How can you say there's no conflict of interest? And then your machines go down on Election Day. It is absolutely outrageous. If you certify today, the only thing you'll be certifying is your corruption.
Thank you. Again, please, no outbursts. Next speaker is Scott Brogy. If you could please state your address for us.
Good morning. It's Scott Brogy, and I live in Mesa, Arizona.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not here to talk about all the problems with the recent election, because the notion that a state treasurer candidate, Kimberly Yee, down ballot, could get 100,000 more votes than a very popular governor candidate, Kari Lake, makes these results laughable to anyone who can count. From Election Day equipment failures that disproportionately impacted Republican voters in something like half the 200-plus Maricopa voting centers, to the weeks it took you to count through your vendor, Runbeck Election Services, without the inconvenience of observers, this election stinks. The effect this had was long lines of voting locations, which left out thousands of American citizens simply trying to cast their vote. My own experience when my wife and I went to vote the morning of Election Day in Mesa was that I couldn't wait hours because I had to go to work. My wife ended up waiting in line over 2 hours to vote, while I came back later and waited an hour to vote. But many others couldn't do that. Many people also passed me in line to drop off their completed green ballots personally at the polling center. Who knows, based on what we've heard today, if those hundreds of thousands of votes were counted correctly, I think Mr. Ricker said it was 290,000, or simply mixed up in box 3. At best, this is incompetence. At worst, it's something much more evil. You took weeks to count the votes, so why the rush to certify it? You have pending subpoenas from the Attorney General as well as other candidates. Surely you realize that by not addressing these questions, you only undermine the public's faith in the election process. With all these problems, intentional or not, the only way to restore confidence in the process is to address these subpoenas and do not certify this election prematurely. Today, the 5 of you have an opportunity to stand up for what's right, but you will be judged. Would you rather stand with God and be judged by the world, or stand with the world and be judged by God?
Thank you very much. I would like to invite up to the line here. Do we have Barbara Jennings? Okay, she went home. Okay.
May I speak?
Yeah, I'm just going to call a couple more people up, so we're ready. So do we have Roger Maib? Is he here? Okay. Andrew Electorate? Do we have Andrew here? Thank you. And then David Clements, also, if you could come over here and get in line for us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Attlee, for your patience. And if you could please state your address for us.
I live in Phoenix, have for 40 years.
Welcome.
And I'm reading this on behalf of Barbara Jennings, who had to go to work.
Thank you.
Today, I want to speak of your legacy, how the people of Arizona and your children will suffer because you continue to steal the voice of Arizona. The fact that Stephen Richer and Bill Gates formed a coalition against the grassroots candidates is enough of a reason for their Immediate resignation. Now another scandal with FTX stealing money from the Americans with the false narrative it's going to Ukraine, when in fact it went to the majority of Democrats, including Ruben Gallego. All the suffering in our state and country is a direct result of the corruption and stealing of our elections. Every child that dies from fentanyl, the increase in homelessness, is a direct result of your weak, corrupt leadership. Resign and dissolve the Maricopa County elections. That is the only answer for free and fair elections. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Andrew, electorate. Thanks for joining us, and if you could please state your address.
I would rather not.
That's fine.
My name is Andrew. I'm one of the voters, obviously, and I just want to ask you, did you watch your own press conference where you acknowledged that there were so many issues with many machines, and then later it became known that there were a lot more issues with a lot more machines? So if you haven't seen that yourself, or if you haven't heard yourself speak those words, then I can understand why you would thank somebody like this for doing the terrible job that he did at his election. Yes. Also, yeah, but I'm assuming that you're an intellectual. But so if you know what you said and you know what is available to the public, how can you then say that this was a well-run election and then thank this guy, thank anything, or just say that this election went well in any way? It just does not make sense. To anybody who's watching this on TV right now, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, if this happened to anybody, this is clear voter disenfranchisement. There's nothing else to say. So knowing that there's plenty of evidence, there's plenty of information out there that will tell you that this was anything but a well-run election, and that there's a potential for voter disenfranchisement, and knowing that there's pending lawsuits, there's pending evidence for you to still see before you move forward with this, right? There was an AG letter to the Maricopa County attorney, which was that response, sir, it was one of the worst from Mr. Liddy. Like, I'm not a lawyer. I could have written a better fake response to tell AG to here, take this and shut up. Like, this was like the most terrible and most obvious and blatantly misleading response just ahead of this meeting, right? Just to say, okay, checkbox, I replied to you.
All right, your time is up. Thank you so much. If we could invite John Landry to come up in line, and then we'll also have Mary Ziola. And so we have David Clements. Thank you for joining us.
Address?
Oh, yeah, if you could please state your address.
David Clements, slave. That's what I am to this system, to your corruption. This is outrageous. This is a national crisis, and you're giving people 2 minutes to address a national crisis. And the way that you guys can just sit there, it's disgusting. Watching you pledge allegiance to my flag was disgusting, the way that you sold us out. You said you don't have the statutory authority to do anything. You're going to take a yes-no vote. What does that tell us? Yes or no? If it's just yes, then why are you here? Why are you here then? You have discretion. And when you certify something, you're saying that it's trustworthy. There's nothing trustworthy about this. This is theater. It's optics. I was a longtime prosecutor. I went after drug traffickers. This is vote trafficking at its finest. I've seen the criminal element. You are vote traffickers. You are a vote trafficker. Flagrant. Criminal. What are you going to do about it? You've sold us out. You've sold us out. You've sold us out. So we're not here to be civil. You're worried about language? We're worried about our voices being stolen and never getting a fair election again. That's what we're worried about. Freedom. So a curse upon you, a curse upon all of you, you smug people. What, you got another chicken farm that needs to burn down, Mr. Hickman?
Mr. Chairman. All right,
Am I
again,
bothering you? Am I bothering you? Because this election
please.
bothered me. And you're doing nothing about it. I don't care about that stupid buzzard. This is sickening. You have the power as the chairperson to enlarge the time limits and actually hear your constituents instead of putting a muzzle on them.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you very much. All right, next speaker is John Landry.
And these sheriffs, you got to know who you stand with. This is disgusting.
Mr. Landry, thank you for coming to testify today. If you care to speak, care to mention your address?
My name is John Landry. I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I have just a couple questions. And you said at the beginning of the session that you had to approve this. That was your responsibility to certify this result. My question to you is, and then something can be challenged. So I would like the attorney for the county to go on record saying that when all the corruption is discovered, that they can uncertify this election and change it, because we're always told after the fact, oh, there's no process in place to decertify after it's done. So I want someone on record from the state, from the courts, to say, yes, there is a process and exactly what that process is. Second, all of these votes, the problems that happen on election day for multiple machines, and people were made to put their ballots in drawer 3. Did anybody, and do we have video evidence of those drawers being empty before they were put in? If we don't know if those drawers are empty, how can we possibly know that there weren't additional ballots put in there? You brought the ballots to Runbeck. Was anybody there to verify that ballots weren't printed? Runbeck has access to the voter rolls so they can know who has voted and who hasn't voted. Do we know they weren't printing more ballots? There's no way to judge this election and know it was done fair. So how can you certify something if you don't know it's been properly counted, that additional ballots weren't added? We just don't know, and no one can trust us, so how can we have confidence moving forward? The vote needs to be transparent. We need to be able to have confidence in it.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. Do we have Mary? Mary, you're there. And then as you're coming up, if I can ask Kimberly Burleson, Robert Canterbury to come up, please. Thank you. Mary Ziola, if you could mention your address for us.
My name is Mary Ziola, and I live in Surprise, Arizona. And I was a poll worker at Happy Trails Resort in Surprise. On Election Day, November 8th, I went to Happy Trails Resort voting site at 5:30 a.m. and did not get home until 10 p.m. There was a line of people waiting to vote at 6 a.m. at Happy Trails. I was assigned to work at the tabulators. I noticed the 2 tabulators were rejecting perfectly marked ballots. I would ask the voter to insert their ballot many different ways, including right side up, face down, upside down, and when it was still rejected, I had them insert the ballot into the second tabulator. It was then rejected. If it was rejected by the second tabulator, I would ask the voter if they would like to go to the head of the voting line and get a new ballot. Some did, and sometimes the tabulator would accept the new ballot, and sometimes it did not. If it was again rejected, they were asked to put it in box 3. Why were the tabulators not replaced? The technician did not come out until late in the afternoon and did not fix the problem. The voting lines became extremely long because of the excessive time it took trying to get the ballots to be accepted by the tabulators. Some voters were very angry and insisted that they were not going to put their ballots into the drawer 3 slot because they did not believe their vote would be counted. This is voter suppression. Many voters told me they did not have time to get in line again to recast a new ballot. One such person was a policeman, was on duty, and said he had to leave on an emergency call. Another voter told me she was a nurse and needed to get back to work. There were 157 misread ballots that day. It was a complete chaos the whole day. Throughout the day, there were many mail-in ballots brought into the drop box. When the polling sites closed, we were told not to count them, but simply put them into bins and send them down to MCTEC. We filled 2 large bins with these envelopes. Why were these mail-in ballots not counted? Why are they taken to Runbeck to be scanned with no observers when there was no count of how many there were taken from the polling site? Ballots could be thrown out or illegal ones added in at Runbeck, which opens up the possibility to election fraud. And how does Steve Richer know there were 290,000 mail-in ballots on Election Day when they're not counted at the voting place? Also, the cables for our tabulators were missing the night before the election. Our troubleshooter had to drive down to Phoenix to get the cable, so I don't know how they could have been tested.
Your time is up. Thank you very much for your work as a poll worker. We also have Samantha Paez and Chris Hamlet. If you could both come up and get in line. And then Kimberly Burleson. Do we have Kimberly Burleson? Yeah. Thanks for coming down.
As you stated, my name is Kimberly Burleson. I'm a native of Arizona, and 2 minutes is not enough time for me to say what I'm going to say, but I'm going to boil it down to 3 points. There's a statistician online that's already done statistics on the disenfranchisement based on Richard's numbers and how he calculated people waiting in line. It's over hundreds of thousands of people that were not able to vote, that they disenfranchised. The second thing is everybody that's been paying attention for way years before 2020, and then when 2020 came along, and they've been paying attention since then, do not trust these machines. There have been investigations going on for 2 years. The evidence is in. They've got it all. It's gonna bubble up to the top. If we had journalists that were doing their job and asking questions, people would know this by now, but they don't. So here's my next point. It's going to bubble up. This is a fork in the road right now, today. You all have the option. There are people that don't know what they don't know. I don't know if it's you guys don't know or you are purposely disenfranchising the whole world with this gaslighting this stuff, okay? So you either, at this point in the fork in the road, you either open your mind and you get on with the American people and you figure out what's going on and you let us revote with no machines and do it on paper, hand count in our precincts and prove to us this election was free and fair because there's just too many questions about it. Or you go on with this charade and at one point you're going to be put on the spot and we're going to ask what you knew and when you knew it. That's the bottom line. And I don't even need the 13 seconds.
Thank you very much. Next, Robert Canterbury. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Robert Canterbury. I live in Glendale. I'm a 20-year Navy veteran, 2-time Iraq War veteran, former counterterrorism officer for a Navy SEAL team, former head of security for President Trump's campaign headquarters in Long, Virginia, and a 2024 candidate to get rid of Clint Hickman from Arizona politics once and for all.
No, please, no outbursts.
In 1996, Maricopa County began using Dominion voting machines and other equipment in our elections. They did so with the recommendations of county officials. Since September 2021, I have spoken to several former county supervisors throughout the state of Arizona, and all of them have told me that this was your responsibility and your duty. You have the power to make the recommendation to the state legislator to make changes for voting in Maricopa County. Is it easier for 6 people, you 5 and Stephen Richer, to change the minds of 1.5 million people, or is it easier for 6 people to change the minds, or is it easier for 1.5 million people to change the minds of 6 people? Until you publicly come out and make recommendations to the state legislator, please stop telling us, the people of Maricopa County, to do the job that you're too afraid to do, to go against the machine and the McKinney-acts to do so. Many of the state legislators are rhinos, much like yourselves, and they too do not listen to us. You can continue to pass the buck to us and the state legislators because you are too immature to realize that you are not perfect and that you do not make mistakes. This is from the Recorder's website. Maricopa County Recorder's Office is widely recognized as a leader in recording services, voter registration, and elections in the nation. Are you serious, Stephen Richer?
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next, if we could call up Teresa Breithout to join us, and then Samantha Paez. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Samantha Paez, and I'm a mother of 5. My husband's home with the kids right now, but I felt like I had to be here because if we don't stand up now, I don't know when we will stand up. I'm a PC and active in my legislative district. I remember when Mr. Richer came and he was before he ran for office. I was so happy to hear that you were going to do something different. I trusted you and voted for you, and I'm sad. I'm really sad today. I feel extremely disappointed. All of the things that we can do from home, send emails, make phone calls, get people to show up, it just seems like nothing ever happens. And I have a duty to teach my children the importance of voting, of being an active citizen, but it's very discouraging to know that it just seems like it's for naught today. Like, if we don't have this fair election, then it's a selection of our leaders, what can we teach our kids? What can we pass down to them? What can they strive for? If all of our efforts, us grassroots people who are standing here telling you, we saw with our eyes problems. I was electioneering that day too. I mean, there's so many awesome poll workers here that gave their time and saw so many problems. I mean, that in and of itself, you have eyewitness testimonies from so many people, sworn affidavits, show you it was maladministrated. It was not, it could not be certifiable, because if you're certifying accuracy, that you don't have it. So, I don't know, I'm here today. We have to do something. I agree with what everyone said about the hand counts and back to precinct voting, and I hope that you'll be, that you do have the power to do something for us today, and that you'll make a courageous step and do something different. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I would like to call up Leslie Shepard, if Leslie Shepard can join the line over there. And we have, is it Chris Hamlet? Yes, Mr. Hamlet, thanks for joining us.
My name is Chris Hamlet. I was a candidate for the Mesa School Board, 82nd Airborne veteran. I was a medic in the United States Army. I'm quite certain you've already made your decision, just like Ben said. We understand the decision was already made. So everything at this point is nothing more than political theater and listening to our comments so that you can get us all out of here and still do what you were planning on doing before we got here. So let me frame this right. We're not framing this properly. This is a war between good and evil, and you all represent evil, including you. I want to look in your eyes, especially you. I see the way that you look at people when they come up here and speak truth. Such arrogance dripping from your mouth, just like the smile on your face right now. You guys represent evil, good versus evil. All you God-fearing men and women out here need to understand that and get up every day and start donning your body armor before you step on this battlefield. We cannot continue to fight this war with these earthly weapons and continue to talk on deaf ears. We must get God in the middle of this thing. We must start off our days with our helmet of salvation, our sword of the Spirit, shield of faith, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, and our feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. And understand that if you do not start your day off like that, you are stepping on this battlefield ill-prepared, and we will keep getting waxed by these evil people in charge. Okay? So I just want to say something about Mr. Richer here. He came up here, and during your thorough reading of laws and processes and everything you said, not one time did you say a trash bag was acceptable to put ballots in. Not once. Yet that's what we have going on at this time. You're not losing friends because of the way that you handled this election process. You're losing friends because you're evil and corrupt, and you know it, okay? That's why that's why none of you have friends. I can't stand that smirk on your face, and neither can anybody here. Keep doing it. You're showing us exactly who you are, Mr. Gallardo. You're showing us exactly. Now, Pentel pens, why are you telling us to use Pentel felt tips when the ballots clearly say black and blue ink only? None of this was done properly.
Your time is up. Thank you,
God bless
Mr.
you all.
Hamlet.
Stand with this man.
Okay. All right, so we have Teresa. Yes, thank you for joining us. And then while you're walking up there, let's invite Janelle Weaver to speak as well, to wait in line over there.
Yes.
Thank you. And if you could state your address, please.
Yes, I'm Teresa Breithaupt, and I live in Phoenix. I don't normally do this, so I'm really kind of nervous. I'm doing this for my child and my grandchildren. I feel that we're losing our nation because we can't have fair, transparent elections. I do have a question. Many of the issues I'm going to bring up have already been addressed, but
One of my questions is why we have board members on this board that have formed a PAC that went after conservative candidates. I just don't understand that. Also, Mr. Richards, I'd like to, I think you need to stop boasting about the great job you've done, and you guys need to stop saying he did such a great job when it's evidence that we had long lines. The majority of the machines weren't working. There were people that could not vote, and there is evidence of voter harvesting. I do not have faith in our elections, and I feel that my vote did not even count. I think it's time that we go to same-day vote, paper ballots, and no more machines. And I do thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me call up Ben Shield to the line as well, and then Leslie Shepard. Do we have Leslie Shepard? Yes? Thank you so much.
Born at Luke Air Force Base.
What is your profession? I'm a computer.
What I'm going to be playing here is before a judge.
Would you please speak into the microphone so the audience can hear your testimony? I'm a computer programmer. Mr. Curtis, are there programs that can be used to secretly fix elections?
Yes.
How do you know that to be the case?
Because in October of 2000, I wrote a prototype for President Congressman Tom Feeney at the company I work for in Oviedo, Florida, that did just that.
And when you say did just that, it would rig an election?
It would flip the vote 51-49 to whoever you wanted it to go to and whichever race you wanted to win.
And would that program that you designed be something that elections officials that might be on county boards of elections could detect?
They'd never see it.
Mr. Would you answer that question once again?
They would never see it.
So I'm giving you that as a testimony before a judge. That is a man who helped rig an election. We know that that still exists. You know that still exists. I went to go vote. I didn't get to turn mine in. The man in front of me couldn't turn his in. The man behind me couldn't turn theirs in. And guess what? I checked on my vote. It never went through. You have heard from many people in charge of the election. We are coming to you asking you to dig deep in your heart and not be condemned to hell one day. And why am I saying that? Because I'm a party person? I don't have a party. I'm an independent. I'm the outcast. But you know what? I'm standing here for the Constitution of the United States. And you guys are who we're looking to. Sheriff's Department. You know why I praise you? Because you don't stand up under these people. You stand up under the Constitution of the United States of America. And without us standing up under that, we have nothing. Nothing. They've already taken people's countries away. Venezuela, Dominion machine. You guys know they're dangerous. You know they're corrupt. Please dig deep in your heart.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard. Your time is up.
Your time should be out.
Next, and then I'd like to call up Veronica Corcoran and Gail Golick over here in line, and then Janelle Weaver. Thank you for joining us. If you could please state your address.
Hello, I'm Janelle Weaver. I live in Goodyear. I was a poll observer in Tonopah at the Valley Baptist Church on Election Day. I was there at 5:40 in the morning, so I saw the opening procedures, and I left at about 1:40. From the start, both tabulators were not working. I was told by the workers that the second machine wasn't working the night before during a test run, but the first one had ran perfectly until the morning. Maricopa County was notified about the second tabulator not working, and they were told that the county would send them one first thing in the morning. By the time I left at 1:40, there was not a second tabulator that was working. The inspector surmised that perhaps it was the printers that were the problem, and they were trying to figure that out. At 7:17 a.m., that's an hour and 17 minutes after the polls had opened, the first tabulator was working, but was only processing 1 out of 5 ballots. That's about 20, at about 8:30, only 26% of the ballots had been processed. That's a lot of people that did not get their ballots processed. As a poll observer, I witnessed the voters given 4 choices once their ballot was rejected from the tabulator. 1, wait and rerun your ballot. 2, spoil your ballot and try again, like they have all the time in the world. 3, spoil the ballot and check out of that polling station and go to vote elsewhere, which I heard is against a statute of Arizona. And of course, they were lastly given the choice to put their sacred ballot into the infamous door number 3. There were many voters that were very upset at this and didn't know what to do. Many did put their ballot in door number 3. During my 8 hours there at Tonopah.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Your time is up. Next, Ben Scheel. If you could please state your address.
Yes, my name is Ben Scheel, and I'm from Phoenix. Thank you, Chairman Gates and supervisors. My name is Ben Scheel from Phoenix. I'm a proud supporter of democracy and protecting our elections and the results of them. I just want to take a moment to thank our election workers for all they do to keep our elections accessible, safe, and secure. We appreciate that they count every eligible vote, and even as the county grows, to make improvements on the speed of counting so we get results as quickly as possible. Thank you, Recorder Richer, for your seamless early day voting or early voting record. We appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you in the future to improve the early voting system, as you spoke to earlier. Finally, thank you all on the board, in addition to the folks I have thanked earlier.
I'm sorry, Mr. Scheel. Again, can we please stop with the interruptions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you all for doing your duty as elected by the voters of this county. It shouldn't be controversial to do your duty and follow the law. Even in the face of misinformation, intimidation, and threats, which I feel that I heard today at this podium and is unacceptable, you are here with courage to carry out your duty, and your constituents know that, they care about that, and that is why they have reelected you. And I appreciate that as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, if we can invite up Tom Vanek, please. Please stop. Tom Vanek and Timothy Schwartz. And next, Veronica Corcoran. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This is an honor that I can speak because I come from a communist country and I don't want this to become communist country. My family in Venezuela lost everything and it was Dominion machine somehow. Interesting. First of all, I would like to ask you, Board of Supervisors, please help me understand how can Kathy Hobbs, current Secretary of State, be allowed to run for the election when she never recused herself? Anybody? How is she allowed to run for a governor when she never recused herself as a Secretary of State? Can somebody answer this, please? I'm questioning why is nobody talking about us over the media? I'm nobody. I'm just like mother trying to save my family because my kids were taken from me when they were little because I fought for them medical freedom because I don't go there, okay? But I want to tell you this, guys. I feel this like a joke, but please, Arizona, I love Arizona. I love all of you. I love you, Stephen. I voted for you, okay? This is not about hate, love and hate. You know what? Love is to say no to wrongdoing, you know? And please try to understand those people, how upset they are. My family was murdered in the middle of the day because they refused to join the communists, and they plot on them murders and evil that is unimaginable. I have friends from Iraq. I don't want to tell you what they've seen happening at their doors. It's coming here, people, in your family too. Please, can we make any sense? We have God. We have America. Look, this flag there, you know what that flag means? We can exercise our freedom. That's all that matters to me. We have, the biggest district is 10,000 people. We can divide it in 2,000 people and have voting done in one day, one person, on paper, because most votes were oppressed, were conservative votes, because we love to vote on election day, because you know what? Did you guys realize that our vote is the most sacred legal document? Our vote is a legal document. You cannot mess with it. Please try to understand. I have so much to tell you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next is Gail Golick. I'm sorry, what's your name, sir?
My name's Roger Mabe. I'm from Wickenburg.
Let's see. I don't see your. Yeah, Gail Golick is the next speaker. I don't see your speaker
My card
form.
is up. It's in there. You've got it. It was just called. You mispronounced my name.
Okay. What was your name again?
It's Roger Mabe from Wickenburg.
Oh, was this? I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've been patiently waiting.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We'll go. I'll take your word for it. 2 minutes, please, if you could state your address, and then Gail Golick will be next.
Wickenburg, Arizona, and I'm with Wickenburg Action Group. I'm going to read from Proverbs 28:1. It says, "The wicked flee when no one is chasing them, but the godly are bold and lions." You see any bold people who are lions here? They're committed to this thing, so am I. When there is moral rot within a nation, its government topples easily. But with honest and sensible leaders, there is stability. Would you take a minute and just reflect on all the parents that have lost their kids in wars, who have fought for your right to vote? A vote. Not boxes and pallets of ballots. Ballots aren't votes. You're trampling on their sacrifice of the parents that lost their children. Do you feel that? This is a travesty. You mathematically cannot mess this up this many years in a row. It's mathematically impossible. And then I understand there's a few of you that have got a PAC where you put money in and your effort to make sure none of those MAGA people get voted in. You don't see the conflict of interest there? Moral decay, the fox watching the hen house, you just get that, you think it's okay, right? Is that your world? Yeah, it's not my world. I want you to feel shame. Shame is defined as painful feeling of humiliation or distress caused by your consciousness of wrong or foolish behavior. I'm going to leave you with this. You're playing into Klaus Schwab's "you will own nothing and you will be happy." Sirs and ma'ams, nothing is not owned by nobody. Everything is owned by somebody.
Thank you very much for your
Your stuff is going to be owned not by you, and you are playing into their hand.
Gail Golick. And then I would like to invite up Jim O'Connor and Michelle Dillard.
Oh, we've got a power thing going on now.
All right, if you could please state your address for us.
Hi, my name is Gail Golick, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. Hello, my name is Gail Golick, and I'm from Scottsdale, Arizona. And Chairman Gates, you mentioned that you are under obligation by law to canvass and certify this today. In fact, in the election procedural manual on page 234, it says a canvass must be conducted by the statutory deadline, but should not be conducted until all necessary audits have been completed to verify the accuracy and integrity of the election results. We do not have accuracy. We do not have integrity in these election results. I am asking that you stop the certification today until we can get some more audits. Okay, we need audits on the ballots. We've heard testimony today that there were intermingled legal ballots with, counted ballots with uncounted ballots in the same bit. You cannot reconcile that. You can't take the salt out of the soup, okay? They're all in there and you have no way to get them out. I'd also like to remind you, these machines have come into play and have taken over countries. South America right now is almost gone because of selections. Thank God for Brazil, or we would lose a continent, a whole continent to these machines. If you think that these are not selections, I beg you to sit down with me. I have another reason why you all should take a time to not certify, and that is I filed an ex parte emergency motion for temporary restraining order in an expedited election this morning. I am asking that you take the time to look through the pages of documents and proof that shows exactly what's going on.
All right, your
you
time is up.
have a constitutional oath.
Thank
Article
you.
7.7 of the Constitution, the highest number of legal ballots shall determine the winner.
Tom
Article
Vanek, thank you very
2.2,
much. Tom Vanek,
of
it's
the Constitution.
your opportunity to speak now.
There
You have
is
Tom
free
Vanek.
and equal elections, and this was not free, and this was not equal.
Okay, again, and again, it's been 2 minutes for everyone, and we're giving everyone the same amount of time. Tom Vanek, thank you for joining us. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tom Vanek. I am a Maricopa County resident. I worked as a registration clerk at the Dysart Community Center at 14414 North El Mirage Road on November 7th and 8th. On November 7th, we had a few issues with the printers, but by the end of the day, we had everything functioning properly. On the 8th, we arrived for our shift at 5:30 a.m. When we started our equipment check, none of the site books would connect to the server. We couldn't even access the time clock to punch in. These are the machines that don't connect to the internet, but they wouldn't connect to the internet, so we couldn't start our day. Anyway, our troubleshooter was not on site and could not immediately be reached, so we called the county hotline. The hotline was unable to resolve our issues, so we asked for a T-Tech to be dispatched to our location. Meanwhile, voters began to show up, and we started explaining to them what was going on. By 6 a.m., we had a small crowd, 10 to 15 voters, and we had to tell them we had no way of checking them in. They could either wait for the problem to be resolved or go to another polling location to vote. Most of them left. Eventually, our troubleshooter showed up, but could not fix the problem, and he suggested that we continue to wait for the T-Tech. While we were waiting, more voters showed up and had to be given their options. At least 50 people were turned away in this process. The T-Tech eventually showed up and got the site books to communicate with the main server, so we were able to clock in for our shift, but there was still a communication issue with the printers. When we finally ran test prints and it looked like the issue was fixed, we announced that the polls were open and I checked in the first voter. It was now about 7 a.m. The first voter was checked in, but the printer immediately failed to print her ballot. We again started scrambling to figure out the problem and managed to get it resolved fairly quickly. We were officially in business, but we were over an hour
I'm so sorry. Your time is up. Thank you very much for your work as a poll worker. Next, Timothy Schwartz. Again, it's 2 minutes for everyone. Everyone is getting the same amount of time. Mr. Schwartz.
The gentleman with the presentation should have only had 2 minutes.
Why don't you give us more time to speak? Give us 5 minutes.
Mr. Schwartz.
Timothy Schwartz. We all remember just 6 years ago this month, 2016, I need you to remember this, on election day, if you stayed up till 1 a.m., on election day, we knew that Trump won, Hillary Clinton lost. That is the norm. Now they're asking us to believe that the norm is be patient. We're working as hard as we can. The votes are still coming in. We need some more time. This cannot be our new normal. We remember 2016. Stay up till 1 o'clock, you get the results. So I was here in this meeting before your panel 1 month ago after the primary, and I listened to Mr. Richer pat himself on the back saying we've done a tremendous job, and by the way, we've done this in record time. He used those words. And none of you, and I'm looking you in the eye, none of you said, time out, Mr. Richer, that is not accurate. You clapped and you cheered and you said that, yeah, great job. He went on to tell you how he'd done everything expeditiously and he met record time. This is not fact, and you're not calling it out for what it is. We need to be honest. You need to be honest. I need to be honest. All of us do. So why now does the new normal have we need more time? Well, we go back to 2020. Donald Trump was pulling out his second record win. Florida was called and on and on and on. And then we know what happened. They stopped the vote in the middle of the night because they weren't getting what they wanted. And when we wake up the next morning, everything flopped opposite directions. You're telling me they don't steal elections, yet we have proof. So we waited to see on midterms if this was going to happen again, if we would get our votes counted the day of the election.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Your time is up.
Has it been 2 minutes already?
That was your 2 minutes. Thank you. Do we have Jim O'Connor here?
Your time's about up too.
Jim O'Connor's not here. All right. Michelle Dillard. Michelle Dillard, thank you so much. And if you can state your address, please.
No, thank you. My name is Michelle Dillard. I am what is being referred to as an election denier. It's a derogatory term meant to ridicule me, but my lack of faith and confidence in the so-called results of this so-called election is your failure, not mine. I had nothing to do with the machine malfunctions, the gross misconduct of election officials, or the lack of transparency by this body. My questions aren't made up out of whole cloth, but are directly related to issues reported by you, Chairman Gates. Just as the fact that you have chosen to thumb your noses at those you are supposed to serve instead of addressing our legitimate concerns is not my doing, yet I am the one being labeled. I am here today to oppose your certification of this election without any additional malfeasance outside of the issues already admitted by Chairman Gates and County Recorder Richer. This election is not certifiable. Printer issues of printers that were used recently in the primary election and that passed the required testing the day before Election Day, which spanned 30% of the voting centers, creating an undue burden and hardship on tens of thousands of voters, and without a verified explanation as to the source of the problem that can rule out foul play, illegitimizes the election and renders it uncertifiable. It was targeted voter suppression by the county, including elected officials with glaring conflicts of interest. The process of mitigation for your equipment failure was haphazard at best, deeming any results reported merely speculative and not certifiable. At this point, nothing short of a revote can produce reliable results worthy enough for a representative republic. Also, deciding on your own that a subpoena is illegal and that you don't have to comply with the timeline set forth in the subpoena is not an acceptable response, and you had alluded to that earlier today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Dillard. Again, we did respond to the subpoena before it was due, even though we did have objections to it, but we responded and will continue to respond to it. Blake Lister, do we have Blake here? All right, the last speaker that we have, and then do we have Simon Castre? Simon? Okay. All right, so this will be our last speaker then. Blake, thank you for joining us. And then if you could please state your address when you come up to the podium. Good morning.
Good morning, Blake Lister, 1702 East Bell Road in Phoenix. Thank you, Chairman Gates and Supervisors. My name is Blake Lister. I have been a resident of this state for over 2 decades, and I am a voter who has voted in every single election that I've had a chance to since I've turned 18 in this county. With that, I'm obviously also an American citizen, and as an American citizen, I'm a supporter of our Constitution and the process for our republic our founders set out for us over 2 centuries ago. That we are a republic made up of representatives chosen by we the people through our critical democratic process. With that, I would like to say thank you to our supervisors, Recorder Richer, and for all election officials for their work in this for this work in their election, upholding that democratic process. For processing the election results, for making sure that our elections are safe and secure, and for ensuring that every single legal vote was counted. While being faced with threats, including
excuse me, if we could please allow this gentleman to speak without interruption. Thank you.
Thank you. While being faced with threats, including threats on your life, Mr. Gates, this board, the recorder, and county employees, many of them temporary, work tirelessly long 16-plus hour days to count every vote in a manner as timely as possible, and I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate those efforts. Thank you, and I yield any time remaining.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. So at that time, again, all right, so that now completes public comment. So the next portion, again, please, well, I want to, okay, okay, all right, so we can continue this meeting and we can have a presentation from our co-directors of election. If we can please maintain decorum, but if we have, you know, all these outbursts, we're not gonna have an opportunity to hear from them. But if people would like to leave right now, we can give folks a couple minutes to do that so you're not leaving during the middle of their presentations. To those of you who are leaving right now, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming down on a Monday to testify. We appreciate. Also appreciate those who are poll workers for the work that you did for our county and for the voters of Maricopa County. So we'll give you just a couple minutes to leave the auditorium if you choose to do so, and then we'll move into presentation by the co-directors of elections.
2 minutes.
Chairman Gates.
We are in a recess to allow people to leave, and the next part of this meeting is going to be presentation by the co-directors of elections answering many of the questions that were raised, and I'm sure that my colleagues and I will have questions as well.
Is there a county attorney here to answer my questions? This guy right there, the one that already said there was fraud, the one that you said was fraud, we already saw fraud. We said that on November 8th.
All right, so this is an open. This is an open meeting right now, and we just had public comment for hours where people had the opportunity to speak, and it was heard by those here in the auditorium and also those who are watching at home. Now it's time for a presentation from our co-directors of elections, and I would like to welcome our co-director of elections for voter registration, early voting, Ray Valenzuela, who reports directly to the recorder, Stephen Richer. And then we also have with us Scott Jarrett, who's the director for election day and emergency voting, and works closely with both the recorder and the Board of Supervisors, but is a direct report to the Board of Supervisors. So with that, thank you again for those folks who are leaving right now. We appreciate you joining us. And I will turn it to Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and we thank you and really appreciate your time today. I also want to thank all the voters that came and provided us feedback on Maricopa County's administration of elections. Our presentation is formatted to answer many of the questions and concerns that we heard today. And then there's a few that weren't covered in here, and we'll work those into the presentation as best we can. So first to start, just some overall stats. So the number of ballots and envelopes that we had requested for in this 2022 midterm election, we had over 1.87 million ballots requested from early voters. We had 1.3 million of those returned. We also had over 12,900 ballot styles, and that is actually a really key stat. And we're talking about being able to provide a vote center model, being able to provide any one of those ballot styles at our voting locations. And I a lot of times get questions about, well, why is that number so high? And when you think about all the different precincts that we have in Maricopa County, and then we have different special districts, school districts, splitting those precincts, we get to about 2,000 different ballot styles when we talk about the Fed-only ballots and also the nonpartisan ballots. And then once you add the Spanish ballot, which is a requirement of Maricopa County to be able to provide that to both English-speaking and Spanish-speaking voters, we get up to about 4,300 ballot styles, and then we implement a election day only ballot style, a early ballot style, and a provisional ballot style. And the reason we do that is to provide additional security in our voting locations so we don't have double voting occurring, and that gets us to about 12,900 ballot styles. A few other items. We had a very robust in-person voting option for voters. We first had a phased-in opening approach. So at 27 days, we had 12 voting locations open and available for voters. About 2 weeks before the election, we had 56 voting locations open and available for voters. The day before Election Day, we had 128 vote centers open and available. And then on Election Day, we had 223. And all of these are really much the most options we've ever provided before in Maricopa County. And then as far as, we heard from some of our poll workers today, we had bipartisan representation throughout the entire process, whether that it was from our poll workers or the political party observers that came to observe our processes. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight, and we'll have more of these details throughout the presentation, but we had 64.2% of Maricopa County voters participate in this election, which is a near record turnout, or at least as far as historical averages is concerned. So first question or claim concern is voter suppression and voter disenfranchisement. Thousands left waiting at the polls who were not allowed to vote. And when you talk about disenfranchisement, you have to look at this in one is at the individual level and the other is at a macro level. And we'll talk about the individual and some of the issues that occurred with our printers, and we did have some issues with our printers, as well as some of the long lines that occurred on Election Day. But when you look at a macro level, one of the things that you can do is look at actual data. And what the data shows is, and I mentioned it just on the last slide, we had 64.2% of voters participate in this election. And this chart up here, it has goes back all the way to 1982, 4 decades of voting in midterm elections. And if you look at, there's 3 red bar charts here. Those are the years in which that midterm election exceeded 64%. And there's only 3 of them in the last 40 years. One of them was in 1982. Another was in 2018, and then another was this midterm election in 2022. And I also wanted to point out, when you look at Maricopa County's turnout as it compares to other state, or the rest of the counties throughout the state. So we had 64.2% turnout, but the rest of the state had 60% turnout. So we exceeded the turnout when you compare us to other counties throughout the state. And then I wanted to also just look at the average turnout for elections. So if you go back to the 70s, it's about 56.3% turnout. So in 2022, we exceeded that by about 8 percentage points. But that's just not trying to take in lots of years that occurred early on and try to bring that percentage down. If you just look at the last 3 midterm elections, 2010, 2014, 2018, the average turnout is actually 54.7%. So in this election, we actually nearly beat that by 10 percentage points. And then on the last item, I just wanted to highlight turnout based on political party, so in 2022, compared to 2018. So if you look at Republican turnout in 2022, it was 75.4% of Republicans turned out and were able to participate in the vote. That's actually an increase over 2018's, which was one of the highest voter turnouts in recent times. So they were at 74.2%, so over a 1% increase over 2018. But when you look at Democratic turnout in 2022, it was 69.9%. And in 2018, it was 60, sorry, actually I have this wrong. So in 2022, it was 68.5%, and in 2018, it was 69.9%. So actually Democratic turnout went down in 2022. And that's the same with independents and other voters. If you look at 2018, it was 50%. If you look at 2022, it was 49.3%. So just by looking at some of the data, we find that we had some historically high election turnout as compared to the last 4 decades. And with that, it's not just about all voters participating, it's about how we serve every single one of those voters. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Valenzuela to talk about some of those voters.
Chairman, members of the board, I want to thank you for the fact that you're allowing the recorder and myself to be present. I know the tabulation is statutory under the board, but we play a big role in that as far as what feeding those early ballots and getting that process in place. And we are one team. So again, I do appreciate the fact that we can co-present as co-directors. Part of that is in this slide, you're going to see that our goal and our mission is to serve the voters. For early voting specifically, the numbers speak for themselves as far as them being close to 84% of the election through this early voting process. Some of the more key folks, and I appreciate a lot of the speakers that mentioned their military. I definitely have a deep heart towards the fact that if anybody deserves a right to vote, it's our military men and women of military. So we do specifically reach out and make early voting accessibility, and I know the recorder mentioned the election starts 45 days out because federal law says those that are in Afghanistan, those that are on a submarine, need that ability in those days. So long story short is I'm proud to at least mention some of these numbers where we have 3,815 military men and overseas citizens that were able to participate in this election physically and actually return their ballots. A lot of those are electronic because of the nature of them getting that special classification. But we don't stop there. We go a little bit further to where we provide accessibility voters. And by that I mean is 716 voters were served. Arizona is a very voter-centric state. That's one of the things that I'm most proud of, whether we talk about the 290,000 early ballot drops-offs that allow voters to take up to that time to do it, but also we have a special election board team that requires us to go out to nursing homes, veterans homes, and assist those individuals that can't make it to a polling place. So we were proudly able to serve 716 voters that were not able to do the normal process, whether even in mail ballot, where it was a Braille ballot. We actually got returned 27 Braille ballots. We had 362 large print ballots, which are bedside sheets of paper that we actually send out, voter can request, and add that to their permanent record. And then again, 327 special election board, we refer to them as SEBs. That's 327 voters that we went physically present, 2 members, bipartisan board, and assisted them because they had a physical impairment that didn't allow them. But again, those bipartisan boards served them. Total 716. And last in that particular number of serving voters, 1,503 that actually were able to vote independently. So there are that point of saying, I need assistance. Then there says, I would like to vote independently but utilizing a SIP puff machine, utilizing large print in person, that was allowed for, and there was an accessible device at every location, and we were able to serve 1,503 voters through that process. Next slide. This, again, is just echoes some of the stuff that we do with the early voting process. I already mentioned 84% of the election is done through mail balloting, 16% election day. But of that 84%, as I think Mr. Jarrett, our co-director Jarrett mentioned, there we do have early in person, which the board staffs that and we process that through. We had 805,000 of our 1.5 million voters that voted by mail. We had, and again, the slide here, the 756,000 that voted in person. That's an impressive number. But one of the benefits that we have is the in-person early voting, statutory allowed for, constitutionally allowed for, and of that, many people took advantage of that to the extent where we had close to the 28,000 that voted in-person early, another 16,000 that voted on emergency, and then 461,000 plus that dropped off the early ballot, to include that 290,000 on election day. So again, we're really proud of the fact that we are voter-centric. We give options to these voters, and a lot of people here even mentioned they exercise different options because we do afford that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just interject, we had a couple questions from some of the members of the audience about those 292,000 that Mr. Valenzuela just mentioned. And so those were dropped off throughout the entire day on election day. So state statute does not allow us to go and retrieve those until the polls close. And those are transported from those voting locations by poll workers of different parties in actually transport containers. They all have blue lids on them. They all have tamper-evident seals. All of those are logged and they're scanned in as they're received. Then we send those over once they come back to the elections department. We organize all of them. We send in bipartisan teams those over to our vendor Runbeck to scan those in to get that digital image so we can start that signature verification process. And we had bipartisan team, actually a Republican there appointed by the county chair, observing and participating in that process as we were scanning those. So we maintain chain of custody over them through that entire process.
The next slide, and to add to that, we're continually trying to educate. Some of the folks had mentioned that, well, those go to Runbeck. They're not loose ballots. They are just as if they were in postal. They remain sealed in their green affidavit envelope that has a unique piece ID. So again, I want to make sure to clarify that. And they said, well, we send these loose ballots to Runbeck. It's not. It's actually sealed envelopes, and they are just scanning that image for us to do signature verification, put in a vault, and then we then take those, and when they're verified good or whatever they are dispositioned, we then process them. So we'll move on to one of the claims, and it may answer one of the questions where an individual is saying that they cast their ballot, and we have a very robust tracking system. Folks, they can track their ballot today even on BeBallotReady.vote. So if you went there or you're part of the subscription service, you can actually get a text that says we received it. We verified it and we counted it, all those statuses. But we did have claims of folks saying that in 2022 they checked and it doesn't show that it showed up. Now we do have voters that went to, as we educated them, to go to BeBallotReady.vote, and they went to the voting history section, which was a add-on that maybe no good deed goes unpunished, and it may be misunderstood that voting history means current election. They went to voting history and did not see their status for this election. That's because it's history. It went to 2022 primary and down. Up in our Be Ballot Ready, prominent up in the top right-hand corner of that page is your current voting status. It says status for 11/8/2022 election, and there is where you would find your ballot, whether you cast it in person on election day or you cast it by mail. So for folks now that still are curious, saying, "Oh, I'm going to go, I want to know," you can do that. Look on that, right on that main page, and there'll be a ballot. My ballot status is what it's titled. Oh.
And then, again, so if people want to have conversations, they can feel free to go in the back and do that. But again, this is the time for our co-election directors to speak. Mr. Valenzuela?
But we definitely, and we're our voter info at risk.maricopa.gov. We answered millions of questions throughout the years. This email will allow folks, if they want to send us something to say we're having a question, we definitely want to assist. But this is a good example of the voter history, and you'll see in the corner it shows the My Ballot status. That's where you'll see that. If somebody has indeed cast a ballot and it doesn't show that, then we definitely want to know that information.
Supervisor Gallardo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ray, real quickly, because we did have a couple of folks that came up and stated that they were veterans or in the military or so. Going back to the military and overseas, because I think it's real important to understand the process. I think you're right. We
Arizona does everything they can to ensure that folks have an opportunity to vote, particularly those in the military. Kind of go through that process with us. I mean, when does that start in terms of getting ballots out? When do they have to return them? What's that process look like? Because I think that's important. I totally agree. I think those, if they, that are particularly in the military, if anyone, should do everything we can to ensure that they have an opportunity to cast their ballot. But if you can real briefly just go through that process.
Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, basically it's a federal law that all of the states follows 45 days out, so that it's uniform that we mail those, and the law, Arizona actually allows for, in many of the other states, for electronic delivery, so we can actually send a ballot by fax, if that's necessary, by electronic delivery, or by mail. It's up to the voter to establish the federal postcard application to say that they are, validate that they are in the military, if you will, and then we can send them the ballot, and we do. At 45 days out, they then have a special disposition where they can return that all the way up to 7 p.m. and even register all the way up to 7 p.m. on election night. So those are all, they get a special disposition, and we can receive those, are the only voters we can receive electronically. And that's why sometimes another question, a myth that's out there, where we have ballots are 8.5 by 11. That's because that voter faxed us back their ballot, they couldn't fit that 19 or 21-inch ballot, or they electronically uploaded, so we do send that to a bipartisan board for duplication. But everything is logged, and there's checks and balances for that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Thank
again,
you,
we welcome
Supervisor
folks.
Gallardo.
Oh,
no, please, Ray.
I was just saying we welcome folks to, if they, that voter info at risk.maricopa.gov, if they send us information they want to check on that, I welcome to go see what the status. And I can tell you personally that I handle a lot of those when folks say, I need my ballot status is not showing, and a lot of times it is that looking at the voting history, or it's just something else in the status that they can't get into the B ballot ready because we don't have their Social Security on file or something like that. But we welcome that. And we're
Supervisor Sellers.
Yeah, and I think it may be important, at least to me right now, to emphasize that every single vote is on a paper ballot.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
So we'll move into the early ballot security before I turn it over to my co-director here. Early ballot security, a lot of folks, again, there's the misnomer or misinformation that, well, early ballot isn't secure. It's probably one of our most secure because, as the recorder had mentioned, we vet the registration. Now, some folks may say that, well, that is not good enough or the registration rolls aren't clean. Well, we actually, part of the federal law and part of the state law is that we mail, first we test your address when we register you, and we partner with the United States Postal Service to say return service requested. If you're not at that address, do not forward. So there's an added effort to make sure that we're getting that. So part of these election security, and I won't go through it in detail, but other than to mention, at a 40,000 elevation, only registered voters are eligible to receive a ballot by mail. They're not spread out on a table, come pick your, and when we create that packet for you, it is created specific for this election and has a unique piece ID that can't be replicated, and even if it is, we're tracking that in our system. So only registered voters are sent the ballot, barcoded envelope tracking throughout. A voter can actually track that. Again, they can sign up for subscription service, and they can see the ballot getting mailed to them. They can see when we receive it back, all of that because of that unique piece ID. Last, we have staff training. All of our signature verification, again, the recorder, as he mentioned, stole some of my thunder, but it's great to repeat the fact that it's 100% humans looking at that, and these humans are all of our citizen board that are coming in. They get trained. We have our permanent staff get trained by this affiliated forensic laboratories, same company that trains the FBI on signature verification. We get certified, and the reason why that's important is because we have multiple levels of tiers of signature verification. A user level, which cannot do any harm. You don't even get a button to make a packet bad. You get an exception, which forces it into the next level of manager, which is the permanent staff, certified election officers that take an oath that, again, basically, and the most we can do is all we're seeing is a signature. So even if I'm looking at a signature, I don't know what that's inside that envelope. I don't know the ballot. I don't know the individual party of that voter. We're looking at that, and everything is logged. Literally, when Scott Jared makes at a user level and it moves to the manager and Valenzuela R looks at it, those are tracked and everything is there to a point where we even have a third level audit review where everything randomly goes through for every user. So again, I want to point out that it's not AI, artificial intelligence, never has been. It's 100% human, and it's humans, bipartisan boards, it's citizens that are taking this and there's checks and balances to ensure that integrity.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a very interesting point to really point out the fact that you do have one Republican, one Democrat looking and making this signature comparison. And if there's...
Okay, Supervisor Gallardo, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but again, we've been more than patient, but if people continue with the outbursts, I will be asked to leave. Go ahead, Supervisor
Thank you, Mr.
Gallardo.
Chairman. And then if there is a discrepancy, it is elevated to the next level, which is...
It indeed is. A board, signature verifiers at the user level are different differing parties, and then it is elevated to that manager's level, and it requires that consensus that even on a good, that we both say it's good, on a questionable, we both say it's questionable, and we contact the voter, and there's that outreach that's made, which leads us to that last part. But yes, you're correct. Everything we do is done through bipartisan boards. Even to the last point where we're mentioning bipartisan ballot processing, even after we've said it's good, it goes to another bipartisan board made up of differing parties that are auditing that.
So hypothetically, let's just throw this out for a discussion. If, let's say, Clint and I are looking and Clint disagree, I say, yes, it's a good signature. Clint turns around and says, no, it's not. I'm assuming that goes up as well. If the Republican and Democratic volunteer board worker does not agree or can't come to consensus, it then goes to the second level, which is...
Well, each board individually, so a DAM or a rep could be looking at that. But if you think you, and I apologize because my analogies are really terrible, but you take a happy pill and you say everybody is good and there's no signatures there. That basically it's logging that Gallardo S has done that. It goes up to, it automatically goes to a manager who is a certified election officer or has the manager's training. And then at that point, I know that Gallardo S says this is good and there's not even a signature there. Now, do we look at Gallardo's work record and said he's done 10,000 and this is a mistake? We're human. But at some point, it is always met to that level where there is another set of eyes that are absolutely required to look at that, especially in a bad sig, because we're about to potentially disenfranchise a voter on a subjective thing of saying, I have one signature on file with a smiley face, and I say that because that's what I did when I was 18. So we have the example. But I mean, again, so it's a subjective look. If we only have one exemplar, we want to be able to contact the voter and not disenfranchise. But yet, there's two-level looks at it at minimum on top of an audit review that takes it to that third level that pulls in some of those questions.
And Mr. Chairman, I think it just the scrutiny that goes through many of these ballots when it comes to signature verification to ensure that the voter is the voter that actually voted the ballot, and the different levels of evaluation, I guess, is there. So very, very pleased to see that all the elections directors and elections officials come together and they meet regularly to come up with these types of procedures and processes to ensure the accuracy. So couldn't be more pleased with the process we have in place.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hickman.
On top of that, Ray, do we keep records on how often that has happened from election to election? Like, are we seeing that on ballot or on the signature verification? Is that going up, down, staying about the same, where it keeps getting kicked to a different level, or not? Do we keep records that way?
Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, we do indeed. Everything is logged. It's preserved. So every transaction that Valenzuela R, then Gallardo S made is indeed tracked. I would say historically, because of the volume that we had, as an example, and the recorder already mentioned it, we had 16,802 or so that were preliminary questionable signatures out of all of our millions of ballots that we review. But we may have outstacked 68, and I actually think I have the number is 68,000 that we took a first look at. But when we were said and done, 16,000 that we had preliminary questioner signature, that when we were done and we cured, and that's the last part of this part, where we contacted the voter. The voter has been made, said, before we disenfranchise you, can you validate your identity? Just like if you were at the polls, but because we have it here, how do we do that? But we can't. And when we were said and done, we had 1,800 that did not contest back, and we could not verify based on the exemplar. So, but it's about the same average. In 2020, as an example, a presidential election, I know we had about 20,000 questionable signatures, so we were about 16,800, 20,000, and of that, we had about 2,000 plus that we were not able.
And that's why it's important to put that phone number.
Yes, the phone number on the packet itself, we don't add it to your record because we know folks tend to say, well, I don't want a candidate or committee calling me during lunch and all 80 of them. So we purposely indicate on that packet for question signatures only, and that's why we were able to cure so many. Even that 290,000, why it takes some time, is that the recorder indicated we finished the signature verification, then out of that, maybe outstacked another 5,000 that are preliminary. So we would have to reach out, and we did, took advantage of that curing period, reached out to every voter by text, by email, by phone, and some folks, and I think one of the speakers said that they were called. And it's because we probably have, for whatever reason, an exemplars that are not matching the current signature, whatever it may be. But that, so it indeed is a process, but it's about the same on average.
Yeah, again, and I would just underline the curing process, all the work that you guys did was really remarkable. And actually, the Republican Party in particular did a great job of working with people to get the signatures cured. That's the way it's supposed to work. So a very impressive effort by your team.
And I'll close out that curing because it's an important part that, again, when we keep mentioning Arizona being voter-centric, having that 8 days, it's 5 business days, because there was a holiday, it extended it one more business day on Friday, the Veterans Day. So those individuals had 8 days, so it helps the process, but it also delays the results. Now, and that's one of the things that, again, as election workers, we follow the laws. If that law were to be removed, then could we have results faster and not wait for those? But we would not have cured close to upwards of 14,000 ballots that were. The voter had the opportunity to contact us or remove that option. But again, it is there. It is something that we at least are aware of. And again, one of the questions, Florida only allows for 2 days of curing. So it is one of those things where there is ebb and flow, or there is consequences to the decisions on how much options we give to the voter.
Thank you.
And then I'll turn it over back to.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. Mr. Jarrett.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to say one of the key points to that training for those boards that are doing the signature verification is if they're not 100% confident that that signature matches, they send it on to a manager for review. So, and we want them to be 100% confident in that first signature. And then if not, it goes on. And we do have a thank you here that describes exactly what Mr. Valenzuela was saying. We had a voter that we only had one exemplar on file, and they're thanking us. It's the mother of the voter. We are in Maricopa County. My daughter voted for the first time this year. 3 days after it was mailed back, they called to verify. They didn't have a signature to compare. I was impressed. So that was a voter that we were able to cure their packet, have that ballot counted through that curing process.
And just real brief, I mean,
yes, Supervisor Gallardo.
Again, the steps that the legislature has put in place with the help of county recorders across the state of Arizona to ensure we have these processes. If it wasn't for this type of process, here's exactly a voter who would have been disenfranchised if we did not have that curing process. And I think through the wisdom of the legislature and many elections officials, they realize that there has to be a process in order to ensure that this first-time voter, this young gal, had an opportunity to ensure that her ballot was counted, and it was because of this process. So,
thank you. Mr. Jarrett, okay. I think we're at the point where if we have further outbursts, we're going to have to ask people to leave. Again, if you want to have a conversation, you can do it in the back. There's a lot of people here and online who want to hear these presentations and want to hear questions from my colleagues. Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next claim or concern is 2+ hour waiting in line during a workday only in Maricopa County, only in a Republican stronghold district. Did the machines and lines not work and were too long? So just a reminder about the voting model that we provided to voters in Maricopa County, right? It was one of the most options that voters had to participate. Mr. Valenzuela highlighted many of the early ballot options or the voting through mail. We had 52% of our voters return a ballot through mail, but the other 48% visited one of our voting locations. That was maybe one of those early voting locations that opened 27 days before the election. We had 12 in 2022. We only had 7 of those locations open in 2020. When we got to 2 weeks before the election, we had 56 of those voting locations open and available. That was an increase of 15 over 2020. Once we got to election day, we had 223 vote centers available. Any voter could go to any one of those vote centers on election day. That was an increase above from 175 that we had in 2020. We also had 12 standalone drop boxes. Those were either in city or town clerk's offices or outside of our Maricopa County Elections Department or our drop box in Mesa as well. So those voters could return that early ballot affidavit, drop it in that drop box. We work to make sure that our voting locations are accessible. So they, on average, are fewer than 2 miles apart. And that's actually looking at the entire county, all the way out to Gila Bend and Aguila. So in the more urban and populated areas of Maricopa County, it's much closer, about, on average, 1 mile distance between each vote center. We also had, because we had more voting locations, it meant we had more check-in stations and more voting booths for voters to be able to participate, the most ever in Maricopa County's history. One thing that we strive for is being able to give voters as much information as they can so they can make decisions of how they want to participate. And one of those is making sure that we're capturing wait times from our voting locations. Our poll workers tell us this. They enter it in throughout the day. So, and we do this not only on election day, but we also do it during the early voting period. So we had over 44,000 voters participate in person during either early voting or emergency voting. And voters waited on average less than 1 minute to be able to vote during that early voting period. When we transitioned to election day, on average, it was about 6 minutes per voter. But if you factor in those 290,000 voters that dropped off their early ballot, it really gets down to an average of about 3 minutes per voter on election day waiting in line. Now, there were some voting locations that had much longer wait times. And we've gone through and done the analysis on those as well. And I wanted to just highlight some as we approach.
Supervisor Galvin.
Mr. Jarrett, I have a question for you. For folks who've never, let's say, even been to a voting center because they've always voted by mail, so the process of the people who drop off their ballot on election day, do they go in a separate line than the people who are going to actually vote on election day?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, yes. So a voter that has a green affidavit envelope, they actually don't need to stand in line at all. They can skip the line entirely and go straight to the ballot drop box, which is in the voting location.
And the ballot drop box is manned by someone? There's a person there monitoring it when they drop off the ballot?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, so we have upwards of 10 to 12 poll workers in every one of our voting locations. We have our marshal manning the tabulation equipment and the ballot box that those live ballots are going into. The ballot box where those early ballots, it is a big, secure blue box, has tamper-evident seals, is locked. And those voters, as they walk out of the voting location, it's inside, can drop their ballot right into that. Again, that's a ballot that's in a green affidavit envelope, that's sealed, that's signed, that's gonna need to go through signature verification still, that gets dropped into that drop box.
Thank you.
And one other item, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, you mentioned the different lines. So the reason why a voter has to stand in line at a voting location to get an actual live ballot is because they're gonna check in at our site book. And that was actually mentioned that they are actually connected to the internet. This is separate and apart from our tabulation equipment. So for us to be able to provide a vote center model and confirm that a voter hasn't already voted, we need a live connection, what we established through our MoFi connection. It's a virtual private network, secure, back to the recorder's voter registration system so we can verify they haven't already returned their early ballot or they haven't voted at another vote center. So we can confirm that before we issue them a live ballot, the thing can be tabulated on site. And then I mentioned the MoFi, the virtual private network. One of the things we had one of our poll workers mention in the Dysart Community Center, right? There was an issue at the beginning of the day. It was actually one of our MoFis had failed during the early voting period. Once we got that, our technicians went outside, replaced that MoFi to get that voting location up and running and serving voters.
So just to clarify on that point then, you're saying that none of the vote totals are transferred via the internet?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It's just the number of check-ins, number of voters that checked in at the voting location.
Okay, thank you.
So back
to Vice Chair Hickman.
Yeah, as I'm prone to do, as you know, in most meetings, I was wondering if I could ask Amy and her crew, we're about the mid part of this canvas. Would you let me know how many viewers, if you can, during this part where we're trying to answer questions? I would appreciate knowing what that is. At your leisure. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hickman. Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Chairman, so talking about Election Day and those wait times of 3 to 6 minutes, we heard several reports of some of our voting locations having longer wait times as we progressed through the day. And I took another analysis at both the 5 p.m. and the 6 p.m. hour. So when I went through and reviewed, we had 188 locations during that 5 p.m. hour that were 30 minutes or less. 143 of those were 10 minutes or less. All of this information was available on our website, locations.maricopa.vote. It was a highly publicized website. We talked about it throughout all of our press conferences leading up to Election Day. It was included in the sample ballot that was mailed to voters. Any voter that had not requested a ballot, they could get their information, where their closest voting location was, how to check and review wait times. During the 6 p.m. hour, we had 180 locations with wait times of less than 30 minutes. 126 of those had wait times of less than 10 minutes during that last hour of in-person voting. So, but I did want to highlight, we not only had lines to check in at our voting locations, and as I'll describe, because of some of the issues we had with our printers, because of some of the issues and the fact that some voters were scared to put their ballot into the ballot box, which has been referred to as door number 3, we had lines at our tabulators as well. At one of our locations in the North Valley, we had 100, after 7 p.m. on election night, we had 150 voters in line at that tabulator, or one of the 2 tabulators, trying to feed their ballots in. We made sure that we served every single one of those voters. Those voters were able to feed that ballot in as many times as they wanted. We teach our poll workers to respond with empathy and try to put themselves in the shoes of the voter. So they worked with those voters, let them feed that ballot in as many times as they want. If they wanted to check back into a site book and get a new ballot issued, they could do that, would spoil that first one, or they could drop it in to door number 3. But we let every one of those voters spend as much time as they wanted in front of that tabulator and inserting that ballot as many times as they wanted. And we'll talk about a little bit more of the causes in the upcoming sections. So the next claim or concern.
But real quickly, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Supervisor Gallardo.
So I hear it clear, because I've heard quite a few people come testify. They had an option, every voter had an option to put their ballot into the ballot box. They had that option. No one was told you can't put it in the ballot box. They were instructed to put it in the ballot box.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, and you're stealing a little bit of my thunder later on in the presentation, but that question is yes. Every voter had that opportunity to be able to put their ballot in that ballot box, and this is a decades-long practice that we've used since 1996 because Maricopa County recognizes that there can be issues with tabulation equipment. There can be issues with printers. That is commonplace in elections throughout the entire country, and we need that redundant process to be able to offer that to voters. So the next claim or concern. Funny how all of the printer and tabulator problems occurred in predominantly Republican districts. How many voters were disenfranchised because they were told to leave because you screwed up the election process? So this on this slide is a heat map of where we have all of our different voting locations that we used in the general election. And one of the items that we're doing right now is we're doing an analysis, a root cause analysis to get to the bottom of exactly what the issues were that occurred on election day. And we've not completed that analysis at this point in time, but we did release a report and prepared it throughout the weekend and sent it to the Attorney General's office. And one of the things that we've identified so far is it was a problem with, well, we offer 2 different types of printers in our voting locations, ballot on demand printers. One is a Lexmark 4150. It's actually our newer version of the ballot on demand printer. We purchased it in 2021. And another is our Oki, which we purchased many of these in 2020, or we had some existing Oki printers that were used just to print control slips that we retrofitted in 2020. So we've used that Oki model since the 2020 elections and the August primary, 2020 November general election in 2020, the August primary in 2022, and many of the jurisdictional elections. And we did identify that it was our Oki printers that were having an issue. And this issue had to do with the fuser. And that's just a technical term to say it was a heat setting on those printers that was causing the back of the ballot, and that's actually the side of the ballot that prints first, not to have its timing marks printed either dark enough or some of them were having speckled. And this was not unique to any one region or any one area. It was in our voting locations that we had our Oki printers installed at, which was at many different locations throughout the county, some in Democratic areas, some in Republican areas. Now, it was very perplexing to us why this was an issue, because we've stress tested our ballot on demand printers. We did it right before as we were coming up to the election. We test, and as some of our poll workers mentioned, they tested it the night before and they ran test prints. And I wanted to show some of the testing that we've done. So to prepare a ballot on demand printer, and we will have one of these for every single location that we used in 2020. We go through and we have a checklist that we use and complete to make sure that all settings are completed and they're consistent throughout. And one of the things we've been able to confirm through this analysis is every printer for every one of our Oki printers, as well as our Lexmark, had the exact same settings, uniform settings. And we were using the exact same settings that we had used in prior elections. Now, the only difference was we had a 20-inch ballot versus a 19-inch ballot. But as we were leading up to this election, we stress tested that 20-inch ballot, and we did not find any issues as we're leading into Election Day. And some of the ways that we can tell
Vice Chair
this,
Hickman? I'm sorry, Scott.
What does a stress test mean? I mean, do you run a certain amount at high speed? Do you run exactly 50 in a 2-minute period? What does stress test mean?
So, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, yes, we randomly select several of our printers, and then we run hundreds of ballots through them in succession, high speed, to see if it can handle the ballot and the weight of the ballot that we're going to be pushing through those printers and to be able to serve voters. And when we performed that stress test, we did not identify any of the issues that were resulting in that back of the page, the lighter timing marks.
And specifically, when was that stress test on the printers performed?
So, Supervisor Gates, our Chairman Gates, Supervisor Hickman, we've done many stress tests on our ballot on demand printers. Now, as we were leading in and closing out the August primary, we had to do a recount. We also had several candidates and even some of the propositions that were going to be on the ballot not finalized until late August. So it was at that point in time in late August that we realized we were maybe going to have to expand to a 20-inch ballot, more than our standard 19-inch ballot that we use for general elections. So at that point in time, we had to design the ballot. It took us a couple weeks. So it was in early to mid-September, we had a couple days to be able to perform this stress test before we were hitting our ballot printing date to get it to our print vendor. Now, we had two options at that point in time. One was go to a 20-inch ballot. The other option was to maybe go to a 2-card ballot. Now, in prior elections, and I think it was 2006, was the last time we used a 2-card ballot. It resulted in lots of voter confusion for voters, and many of them not returning that second card. But there were also other issues with going to a 2-card ballot. When working with our vendor Runbeck, we wanted to make sure that we had enough paper on hand to be able to print all of our ballots, and if for some reason a court ordered a reprint. So they had enough paper on hand to be able to print over 7 million ballots for the state of Arizona. Well, that's plenty of paper if we use a We had 1.8 million requests in Maricopa County, so with a 20-inch. But if we had to go to a second ballot, it would have eaten all, there would have been no way for us to have a contingency plan and be able to do a full reprint if such a court may have ordered it. So that was another reason why we had chose to stick with the 20-inch, or use the 20-inch ballot.
Yeah, and
Vice Chair Hickman.
we went to 20-inch because of why?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, the number of contests on the ballot. So we had the most contests in Maricopa County's history, or near the most. On average, voters had 85 contests for them to complete and consider on this ballot. So that's what forced the ballot to go that extra inch. And really, the 20-inch ballot is one of the only variables that changed from the August primary going into the November general election.
Supervisor Galvin.
Scott, when you do the stress test, do you run that printed ballot through the tabulator machine?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, yes. So those ballots all were run through a tabulator, and there were no issues when we ran them through.
And then are they run through a tabulator the night before Election Day when there's other tests done?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, I heard that from some of the comments, and we do not run ballots through our tabulators at the voting location because it needs to have a zero count, right? If we were to run a ballot through as a test the night before, then it could then have a vote already tallied on that ballot. So at no point in time are poll workers ever running a ballot through that tabulator. All the testing occurs during the logic and accuracy test, which occurs several weeks before Election Day. And that is not only a logic and accuracy test performed by the county, we have the Secretary of State goes through and does this logic and accuracy test at every single one of the counties. And through that test, they also print ballots using, so we're to deliver them ballots printed on from a ballot on demand printer so that they can complete that and then run them through our tabulators. And we also include ballot on demand printed ballots when we do our logic and accuracy test.
So I want to talk about, sorry, I want to talk about the difference between the Lexmark printer and the Oki printer. So it turns out that the problems were with the Oki printer because the settings were wrong, miscalculated.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, the settings were exactly as we used the exact same settings as we had used in prior elections. And the settings that we went through our stress tests.
Are the settings for Oki and Lexmark the same?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, no, they're different. And I don't have the specifics on the Lexmark in front of me. I know that our IT department is going through and doing that root cause analysis right now, but it's not identifying that we had any issues with the Lexmarks. It's really the Oki printers and what the settings are, and it's, again, a fuser setting or a heat setting. And it is, we're printing 3 different types of paper on these ballot on demand printers. First is the control slip. So control slip prints, and that tells the voter's name and the ballot style. Mentioned that we have 12,900 different ballots in Maricopa County. It will list, this is the ballot style for this specific voter, and this is the voter's name. That's what the poll workers use to call up that voter to give them their ballot. So the next item that's printed from our ballot on demand printer is the ballot itself. And the third would be a early ballot affidavit envelope if it was during early voting, or a provisional ballot affidavit envelope if it's on Election Day. And then I guess the final item would be similar to that control slip, but it would be a provisional ballot receipt form that could be issued to a voter, and they can look up whether their provisional ballot counted. And there's different heat settings depending on the paper. So if it's a control slip or an envelope, they would use our standard settings as a medium heat setting. If it is the ballot itself, it's thicker, it needed a heavy heat setting to be established. And what we had to do on Election Day, and this was through a combination of troubleshooting with the Recorder's IT department, who's assisting and supports the elections department, and our vendor, Runbeck. We had technicians out in the field troubleshooting this, and they identified that if we change the heat settings for all 3 types of media, the control slip, the ballot, and the affidavit envelope, that we changed it all to heavy, it resulted in that back of the page of the ballot being printed more consistently and resolving the issue.
But envelopes are not printed on Election Day.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, unless it's a provisional voter. So then those would be printed.
And Chairman, Supervisor, that was the point I was going to make, that it was also mentioned here to clear up a little bit of clarity. You had 27 days of early voting, people coming in person. Why didn't it happen? There are no ballot tabulators on early voting. It's only Election Day. So when you come in as an early in-person, for those 27 days you would have, or 26 it would be, you would have put it in an envelope, and we would have read it, which our machines at Central Count could and did read those particular ballots. So I just want to point out that that day of is a precinct-based tabulator. So even if the printer was speckling, it wouldn't have been noticed because there wasn't a tabulator until, and even when we got it in our Central Count, those machines didn't have an issue because they're a different type of high-speed reader.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for the questions. I just did want to make the point. There were sort of three stages to this. One was on Election Day, when the team identified the issue, made the fixes so that the tabulators could accept the ballots. Secondly is the sort of midterm, intermediate explanation that Scott has just talked about. And then additionally, this board will be doing an even deeper dive, including with outside folks, to take a look at this and make a determination so that we can do everything we can to make sure this does not happen in future elections. And again, if people will please stop talking while I'm talking. Thank you, Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good point. The Elections Department welcomes scrutiny and oversight. So we've taken all those Oki ballot on demand printers, all but 10 of them. So to be able to answer questions before the board today, to be able to prepare a response to the Attorney General, we took 10 that were used during Election Day to do an analysis. Every single one of those others has been sequestered and locked in our cage for that independent review if the board, or when the board wants those to be looked at. And the other things that will be available for that independent review is all the paperwork that I was describing, all the checklists that were completed for every single one of those printers, the exact settings that they were established when those printers were set up to be deployed out to the voting locations. And not only all the settings, every test copy of the control slips or the provisional slips that went through for one of the voting locations. This actually happened to be for the Deer Valley Airport, this location, right? All the envelopes that were tested, right, that went through. So we have this for every single one of our voting locations, as well as the test ballots themselves. So we'll be able to see exactly what those timing marks look like for every one of those ballots that were printed during testing, as well as when they were set up at the voting location, because our T-techs, along with the poll workers, do a test there when they set up the voting location, and they also do a test print in the morning from those printers to make sure that they're connected to the sitebook check-in station appropriately.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Hickman.
First of all, I want to thank you because I remember getting on the phone with you pretty much immediately after what we were dealing with the printer. You know, the county purchases or leases a lot of equipment throughout the entire sector of the county. Dump trucks, backhoes, pens, what have you. And when we do that, we go through an RFP process and we hopefully buy the best of the best. And sometimes that best of the best fails. And I know that you had told me what we are going to do is sequester some of these printers that the Maricopa County taxpayer either purchased or leased. I don't even know just yet. But and I also had heard that we were going to have independent people in this space to take a look at this, because these printers went and passed your stress test, right? They passed the stress test. And that's what I still am trying to get my arms around a little bit, where if one failed, and thank God this didn't happen, why didn't all of them fail? That's what doesn't make sense to me. Why did just some fail? So anyway, we're a businessman's board. We look into our stuff, and because we know we purchased those. We know that they're a vital part of the operation, and it delayed the vote. So can I ask a question about the technicians, you know, we started to get phone calls and we were trying to figure it out. The easy thing is, you know, they're not running through the tabulators. It turns out that the tabulators did their job. They pushed out misread ballots. So thankfully those didn't fail. They did their job. They pushed out misread ballots. And then we found out it was a printer issue. How much time did it take for your staff to identify the problem, then find the problem? Because we want to be very careful in this space. There's people voting while we're trying to run technicians to figure out what's going on with the tabulator, or is it, and then it turned out it was the printer. So thank God we didn't start pulling tabulators you know, out of the system, and we found out. So tell me the duration it took between the original call, then when the technician, somebody figured it out, and then how much time did it take to get that fix transparently in place so that we would continue. Now we have a free, you know, an election running at full speed again. How can you hit me with those times?
So, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, we received the first call around 6:20 in the morning from our voting location, or one of our voting locations, that they were having an issue. Now, it took us a little while to figure out what the issue was. First, because we had gone through all the stress testing. We had done test prints on all of our ballots. So we did not know at that point in time, was this a tabulator issue or was this a ballot on demand printer issue? But by about, I think it was about 8:30 in the morning, we had technicians on site, we had our command center, we had technicians in our command center running test prints, trying to figure this out. And we had then started receiving reports back that the back side of some of the ballots, the timing marks were not printing dark enough. So at that point in time, we were able to rule out it being a tabulator issue. And then we just started focusing on, all right, why is the ballot on demand printer not printing these timing marks dark enough on these ballots? And so we're troubleshooting those, running through different options. We had our print vendor available to us, also experts in printers, helping us troubleshoot that. Then around, I think it was between 10:45 or 10:14, we had identified a potential, so this is 10:14 in the morning, a potential solution, and that was to change all the settings from, right, to have that heavy setting for the heat setting. So all three pieces of media, whether that's the affidavit envelope, the control slip, as well as the ballot. So we're testing that, and we actually identified a success at one site at that point in time. So then we rolled it out and said, okay, let's go out and test this at a few other sites. We don't want to think that, okay, this is the solution that's going to work across the board. So then once we had confirmation that we had several sites being able to print those timing marks darker, and then those voters being able to run that ballot through a tabulator. Now, we could not run test ballots through a tabulator, a live tabulator in our voting locations. So we needed those voters, when they printed their ballot with those new heat settings, when it successfully ran through that tabulator, we had several of our different locations. That's when we sent out the all call to all of our T-techs. We started speaking with voters over the phone, and our poll workers over the phone, helping them adjust the heat settings on their own. And that happened from about 11:30 until through the rest of the afternoon, until we got all of those calls addressed, and every one of those printers, the settings changed.
Oh, last question, yes, on the timing then. So when do you think, or do you have in your records, when the last tabulator, or I'm sorry, when the last printer was reset to make sure these timing marks were fixed? I just wanted to know that gap between, because the voter had until 7 p.m. to either vote or get in line to vote. And we had an issue with the printers that created, and other things too. I mean, people getting off work. So what was the time where you think the last printer problem was solved?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, I don't have that data. I can go research that and get that to you as well.
Thank you.
But, and just to follow up on that, again, the reminder for folks that we had 223 voting centers. These printer issues did not occur in all those centers, right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. So far, and on election day, by the end of the day, we had reported 70 voting locations as having this issue, which represents 31% of the total voting locations.
Okay, again, I think we may need to talk to some people about leaving the auditorium. I've told them again and again to please stop interrupting. Please, Mr. Jarrett.
So we've actually expanded that to looking at 84 locations. Anyone that turned in a ticket related to either a tabulator or a printer. And what we've been able to identify and confirm is 43 of those vote centers have had a printer issue that needed to have the settings changed. We've been able to rule out 21 of those did not have a printer issue. And the reason why a ballot might not be read through a tabulator, we actually heard some of our poll workers describe. We had a couple of our tabulators not have enough power, right? So we have our poll workers plug those in the night before, and if that outlet is not charging or providing enough power to those precinct-based tabulators, we need to go out and replace them. So that could have been one of the issues. We also have a potential of a voter using a very thin writing utensil, such as a ballpoint pen, and then voting with either a check mark or an X and not filling in a sufficient amount of the ovals. So we've identified, so there was just over 16,000 ballots that had to be inserted into those door number 3 or the ballot box, that secure ballot box. About 10% or a little over 10% of those had ambiguous marks voted. Our precinct-based tabulators are programmed not to accept ambiguous marks. Why? Because that tabulator can't tell how a voter is voting. So if a voter doesn't fill in a sufficient amount of the oval, it's going to tell the voter there's an ambiguous mark and they need to re-vote that ballot or spoil that ballot or put it in door number 3 to come back to central count to be tabulated, and then a bipartisan team, a Republican and a Democrat sitting together can then review and look at that ballot for voter intent. So that was one of the issues. 10% of those ballots were not being read by a tabulator, not because of a printer issue. It's because they were using a check mark or an X with a ballpoint pen. We also had, this is the longest ballot, 20 inches, that we've used on our tabulation equipment. Those ballots need to be fed in exactly aligned as they're going into the tabulator. If they're off just a skew, it'll kick that ballot back out. So if it's kicking that ballot back out, then that voter would then ultimately end up putting it into door number 3 or the ballot box to be brought back and counted at central count.
Thank you. Supervisor Galvin.
Just a couple more questions. Sorry. Just a couple more questions. You were talking about how sometimes ballots were being rejected because someone had put an X mark or something like that. So if you keep feeding it through the tabulator, it's going to keep spitting it out, right?
That's correct.
Does the poll worker see that is the issue, or the poll worker just thinks to himself or herself, oh, the tabulator's not working, and or it's one of these ballot printer issues we've been hearing about today?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, we train our poll workers not to look at a voter's ballot. Right. So, but they will then assist at the machine in what it's reading out. And I believe the combination with some of those printer issues, as well as then a voter, and we had a higher percentage of voters using those ambiguous marks on election day, that the poll worker might not have identified and said, oh, this is an ambiguous mark. You need to go either revote this ballot, spoil that, or they alerted the voter and offered that voter to drop it into door number 3, which would be consistent with their training.
Okay, and one more question. Can you please walk through like poll worker training? Because I'm sure poll workers are trained if in the eventuality that there might be a situation where the tabulators ballots are either not going through or they're being misread or the tabulator themselves are not working. Because that morning we were seeing videos, spread on social media like wildfire, where we saw, poll workers in the fog of war, so to speak, standing outside and being like, hey, we have issues, and then people standing along lines, people venting their frustrations, which is completely understandable. Walk me through the poll worker training to deal with situations like this if they would occur.
So, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, I appreciate you asking that question because I saw some of those videos of our poll workers. I couldn't be more impressed with the role they played on election day. some of the training we provided was empathy training, right? How do you put yourself in that shoes of the voter? And we saw that demonstrated on some of those videos, them going out into the line, talking with voters on what to expect at the voting location. But as far as the technical pieces of this, the training, we teach every one of our poll workers how to spoil a ballot. It's common for a voter to get issued a ballot, go and then vote that ballot and then make a mistake, right? And then they need to vote a new ballot. So that's part of every poll workers training, our in-person, and it's in our training manual. However, after the August primary election, we implemented a new procedure, which was if a voter had an issue at one of our voting locations, they could actually spoil that ballot and then be able to go to an alternative voting location. And if they did that, they'd be able to be issued a live ballot at that second voting location. So that training was provided briefly in our in-person voting for those poll workers that worked and went to training for the general election. Now, we did not require every single one of our poll workers that that worked August primary, that went to in-person training for August primary, took a computer-based training program to attend another in-person voting or in-person training prior to the general election. If they had stayed in the exact same position that they were in the August primary, they just took a computer-based training for the November general election. But any poll worker that went to in-person training, we covered it there. We also created a new addendum to our training manual that went out to our inspectors that described that checkout process, the spoiling and the ability to go to a new voting location. And then we provided weekly inspector workshops where we went and covered this in depth. And the inspectors are the supervisors of our voting location on how they could provide that spoiling that ballot and that opportunity for a voter to be able to go and vote at a new location. And one of my slides coming up, we had 209 total voters in Maricopa County vote at one location and then go to that second location. And 84 of them actually took advantage of checking out and going to that second location and being issued a standard ballot.
All right. Mr. Jarrett, please proceed.
So the next claim I'll cover is do not put your ballot in box 3 to be tabulated downtown. Maricopa County is not turning on the tabulators downtown today. Make sure you put your ballot into the tabulator yourself and that your ballot is accepted. Do not push the green button as it puts your ballot into box 3. So first, the secure ballot box. So I want to describe what box 3 or door number 3 is. It's essentially a big blue box that's secured with tamper-evident seals and it's locked. And atop it sits a vote center tabulator. So if a ballot is run through the vote center tabulator, it'll drop into the back of that box, and them ballots will sit in there loosely in that back of the box. Inside that ballot box, there's a divider that separates the ballots that went through the tabulator and the ballots that then go into what we call door number 3, or where the misread ballots will go. This has been a practice that Maricopa County has used since 1996 when we first implemented on-site tabulation at our voting locations. The reason we implemented it is because we recognize, just like every voting jurisdiction in the country, there can be an issue that would prevent a voter from being able to tabulate their ballot on site. And we don't want to expect and require that voter to wait and hold that ballot for a couple hours. So that's why we've had that practice, a decades-long practice. And in fact, this is a very, very common practice. So we have, in the state of Arizona, 8 counties that is the only option voters are provided. They don't have any on-site tabulation. Those voters drop that ballot in to that drop box, very similar to our door number 3. Every single voter that votes on election day, and then those ballots then come back to central count. But it's not only those 8 counties. The other 7 all have a very similar process to Maricopa County, that if a tabulator on site is not working, those voters would have to put that ballot into a secure container to be transported back from that voting location to to the elections department. So, but as we went through and progressed through Election Day, and we heard some of that testimony provided today from some members of the community and members in our audience, that voters were scared to put their ballot into box number 3. And why is that? Well, we've just gone through 2 years of disinformation, discrediting the Maricopa County Elections Department, eroding voter confidence in our processes. So when we told our poll workers immediately, we got that 6:20 call, we reminded them, remember your training, guide voters to put that ballot into the door number 3 or that secure ballot box. They immediately started getting pushback from voters. And it's because we had highly influential members of the public telling voters not to put their ballots, creating fear, creating fear in those voters to be able to put that in the knowing that it's going to be securely transported, which it was on election night. Every single one of those ballots ended up being counted at the elections department. So when you think about it, and I tried to think of sort of what was an analogy that every sort of person could sort of relate to. And one of those analogies is, all right, you're driving down the road and you get a flat tire, right? What's the backup plan or redundancy to having a flat tire? Well, you have a spare in your car. Well, if that person, that driver, is unwilling to put that spare on their car because they've been convinced that it's not going to be secure, that doesn't leave that driver very many options, right? So essentially that's what happened to us. The elections department was sort of handcuffed in our backup plan to be able to serve these voters and have those voters, just like we've done in every single election for the last several decades, when there's an issue, to be able to drop that ballot into secure box number 3.
And Mr. Chairman, just real brief, I mean, it's this type of false information that just drives me crazy. It really does. We see it over and over and over again. And I mean, you didn't put who tweeted it, and I'm not going to ask you, but I think we all know this is the type of stuff that it continues to hurt voters. It really does. Instead of listening to the experts, they're listening to false, unfounded claims, statements, and this is a perfect example of just one.
And Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Garter, not only were we reminding our poll workers of this process, we, the elections department, you yourself, Mr. Chairman, and the recorder were early on out there communicating with voters on what they can do, why we work to resolve this issue. It's part of our redundancy, very clear on what a voter can do to be able to put that ballot into the secure drop box through that door number 3. And then just wanted to highlight, so we had, so every ballot that went into door number 3, every election day ballot that went into door number 3 was counted, 100% of those. And there were 16,724 total ballots that were dropped off, election day ballots dropped off into door number 3. That represents 1% of the total number of ballots cast in this last election. And then we had 206 total voters go to 2 different locations. I already mentioned 84 of those. 84 checked out at their first location and went and voted at their second and were issued a standard ballot. We had another 122 that voted at their first location, did not check out, went to their second location and voted a provisional ballot. So we went through the elections department, did the analysis, and identified that out of those 122, 109 of those ballots could count. Why could we count those? Because we confirmed at their first location there was an issue with one of the printers that occurred at the time when they were checking in at that first location, and we identified a variance in the number of check-ins with the number of ballots cast on election day at that voting location. So if we identified those 2 items and they went to and cast a provisional ballot at that second voting location, we were able to count that. So out of the 206, 193 of those voters had their ballots counted and legally counted. The other voters that did not, we cannot confirm that there was an issue at that first location or that there was a variance. So it was likely their first ballot had been counted at that first location.
So just to underline this again, this was unfortunate. I mean, I was at multiple press conferences where I personally apologized on behalf of the board for what happened and these challenges that occurred on election day. But I think this slide is so important for people to understand that there were redundancies in the system. For example, the ballot box that people could put their ballot in, that's known as door 3, has been around since 1996. Your workers were trained on it, and we have a list right here. 16,724 of those ballots were counted. Those people were not disenfranchised. And also for those people who chose to go to a different location, you've talked about how many of those who were not checked out and then went and voted at another vote center, most of them, those votes were counted based upon research that was done. And then finally, there were a total of 223 vote centers. So it wasn't like in the old days when we're precinct-based, and if your precinct is down, you're out of luck. There was one of many other, again, a total of 223 vote centers around the county. Very unfortunate. This board is committed that this never happens again. We're going to bring in the expertise. You're already looking at it to make sure that it doesn't happen. But there were redundancies in place that people took advantage of on Election Day.
Mr. Chairman?
Vice Chair Hickman.
So explain, I'm just trying to think this through for everyone because there's a lot of people. I'm becoming
God bless this room. God bless your soul. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, oh God.
All right. So thank you for your comments. Vice Chair Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You guys are a bunch of political hacks. That's what you are.
All right.
You should be ashamed of yourself. All of you should be ashamed of yourself. And you, Richard, you should be ashamed of yourself too.
You may not be able to hear what's going on here, but we're having someone leaving the auditorium here. I do apologize, and I will turn it to Vice Chair Hickman.
On TV with that performance, it should be great. Okay. Meanwhile, I was wondering I know that what we do is you put the ballots in and it goes into either a ballot box or a
ballot box, but a separate segregated portion of that ballot box.
But the ones that are tabulated go into
the back portion of that ballot
box. And that vote or that ballot is used to aggregate. Take me through this, and does this speed the vote a little bit? Because I hear so many times people say, we're going to make it. Republicans, Democrats, everybody, the governor, easy to vote, hard to cheat. Okay? So easy to vote. It looks like we are offering up where very few counties have this offering, right? So tell me what happens to the digital card, how it gets to the main tabulator. Take me through that, because I keep going back to the smaller counties, or some of the counties that only offer the option of a door 3 ballot box option. So tell us what happens with that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman. So all of our vote center tabulators, they first go through a logic and accuracy test to make sure that they're going to be accurately be able to tabulate those ballots that we've programmed for this election. After that logic and accuracy test, we seal 2 memory cards within that tabulator. Okay. They're under a tamper evidence seal. We send out 2, and I believe I have another prop here, find the precinct ballot report, but we send out to the voting location, to the inspector, something called a precinct ballot report. On that precinct ballot report, let's see, maybe it's, this document. It has all the seal numbers that were affixed when the elections department placed in those tabulators and secured those doors. The poll workers are asked, before they open the voting location, verify that those tamper evidence seals are still affixed. Those memory cards have not been removed. Then they open the polls on election morning. They verify that no ballots have been counted on those tabulators. As voters go through the day and they tabulate ballots, then at the end of the day, they're going to have to close those polls. So they're going to run when they open polls, they ran a tally receipt called a zero report. When they close, they run another tally receipt showing all the votes that were counted and run through the tabulator that day. They run a second one of those. So the first one that they printed goes in a black canvas bag. Bear with me, I brought props. One of these black canvas bags, along with the ballots that went into the ballot box, the segregated from the ballot box that went into the misread envelopes. These are going to be affixed with a tamper evidence seal with that tally receipt inside. The poll workers are going to then break one of those tamper evidence seals at closing. It's actually going to read void on it when they break it. They're going to remove that memory card and place it into a bubble pack. And that bubble pack is then going to be affixed with a tamper evidence seal. And that bubble pack with the memory cards inside, one for each tabulator, along with the ballots and all required forms, are going to be brought back by bipartisan teams from that voting location to a receiving site. That receiving site's going to have 2 members of different parties, along with our truck drivers, along with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, providing security over that receiving site, bringing all of those materials from all the different voting locations to the elections department. And what those memory cards allow us to do is on election night, we can read those in and get results posted. We don't have to then go to the black canvas bags with the ballots, break these seals, and then run those ballots through the tabulators. They're already on site. So yes, it does provide a much faster process for us to be able to report results. But it's still a very secure process built with redundancy after redundancy after redundancy. Not only do we have a backup memory card still on site with that precinct-based tabulator, we have the first memory card that's going to be read in on election night, but then we have the ballots themselves in this black canvas bag. And these are the types of tamper evidence seals that are affixed to the black canvas bag. They have little barcodes on here that as they go through every step of the process, we're scanning them in to say, okay, custody's been transferred to this person at this point in time. Custody's been transferred once it gets to McTech. Custody's been transferred once it goes into our ballot tabulation center.
All right, thank you.
And since I have the black canvas bag up, there was some questions about commingled ballots, right, from the public. So we did have 2 locations that they did not, one location did not have the divider inserted in it. So when those ballots were inserted in door number 3, or they were put in through the precinct-based tabulator, those ballots were combined. We didn't have a way of identifying which ballots went through door number 3 and which were tabulated on site. At another location, when the poll workers were closing, they commingled the ballots. So they took the ballots out of door number 3 and they put them into the ones that were tabulated into the black canvas bag. So 2 locations. So this happens every single election where a divider is missing. So we have a very standard process for dealing with this. So when on election night, when those results came back to us, we took that memory card, we reported results from that location. But the beauty of the certified system that we use, everything's run through in batches. So we can easily identify those ballots that were voted at that location. And we could remove that batch from what was reported on election night. And then we could take the black canvas bags, the actual ballots that were returned to us, all combined, the ones that went through door 3, as well as the ones that were in the back of the ballot box. And then we can run those through and then in central count and report those results, essentially replacing the ones that we reported on election night with the actual ballots that we received. So what this does is it prevents any double counting of ballots and it makes sure that every single ballot that was cast at that voting location was accounted for and reported. So even though they were commingled, we could guarantee that we can back out those first results on election night and then run all those ballots through central count.
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Supervisor Gallardo.
This is key, what he just explained. I think the comment was you can't take the salt out of the soup. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It was explained. This is exactly how it is done. These are the types of situations that it is upon us, I believe, to tell the voters and the public the truth when it comes to conducting election. And here's a perfect example. This is the truth. This is how we tabulate to make sure every ballot is counted and counted only once. Great job. That's the type of process that we have in place to ensure a fair, accurate election. Thank you, Scott, for that explanation.
Chairman and Supervisor Gallardo, if I may, the photo there is of political party observers looking at those bags before it's even, we're saying now we need these. We know that we need to rerun to get the full thing. And you can't probably take the salt out of the soup, but you can take the garlic out. It's a big enough chunk and it's in a bag and you can, I just had a Thanksgiving, sorry.
But at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, but at the end of the day, every ballot is counted.
Right.
There was not a ballot that was not counted.
And it's done under observation.
And
again, that
yes,
photo is a perfect
even
photo.
though every ballot that was put in the ballot box is counted. Some folks may not want to believe that or buy that, but that is the truth. And I think that's our responsibility, at least mine, as a board member, is to ensure that the public has accurate information. It is the truth. That's our job, is to tell the public the truth, and that's a perfect example.
And again, to emphasize Supervisor Gallardo's point, which is great, and this was done with observers from the political parties throughout. So people's interests are being represented there as the officials in Maricopa County Elections Department are going through this process. Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Chairman, and this was done not only for the 2 locations that we had those commingle ballots, but so some of our vote centers returned the ballots that were dropped into that secure ballot box, door number 3, so we send every voting location 2 black canvas bags. They returned the door number 3 ballots in one of those black canvas bags with those tamper evident seals, and that's what this picture is showing. The political party observers, so as we were identifying them watching us, observing that process, and then even taking note of which locations that occurred at. So oversight through the entire process in this post-election audit that we did.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Hickman.
Speaking of that, with all the observations that is done by both political parties, and also so often under the direction of the chairman of the Maricopa County Republican and Democratic Party and Libertarian, I think. Do we have any sign off even in this spot where if problems are put forward, like maybe something didn't come back right, or maybe somebody didn't put the right signature? Do you guys find that out during these types of processes too? Because this is a blizzard of paperwork and chain of custody that is dictated to us, thankfully, by the statutes or by the election manual of best practices, good practices, and we study these things for years and try to implement everything that is put forward to us. Do you guys have almost a grading card of what you guys can go off of hey, this time a signature wasn't put on, or they did something wrong, prior to votes being counted, where it stops the process?
So, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, at our voting locations, again, we had pretty much political party observers at every one of our voting locations, even during early voting. Those political parties are observing, watching, and reporting information back through to their county chairs. Our poll workers, if there's an issue, we have what we call, and it's a golden form, so we call it a golden rod. They complete and log any type of issue that's out of the norm. So and then those come back and we enter those into our election reporting system. At McTech, those political party observers, as they're observing this process, we issue every single one of them a form that they can fill out and complete if they have any concerns, if they have any questions that they see as they're observing this process. And then we take those forms and then we're able to respond to them if we weren't able to answer that question on site. And actually, one of my future slides, we talk about our ombudsman program and how we serve and make sure that those political party observers are not only able to go through and observe at all different areas within MCTEC, but they're informed of the process. We want them to understand the life of a ballot and how it moves through the process, so they can be knowledgeable about what it is that they're observing and be able to identify if there are any anomalies. Okay, next claim is how about finished counting? We are 5 days past Election Day. This is nonsense. So we actually had several members of our audience mention how they thought that we were counting ballots slowly. Well, first I want to start with our tabulation equipment. And there's been some information that I've seen that says our tabulation equipment isn't certified. Well, that's not true. Our tabulation equipment has federally certified and state certified. And I think some of that information comes from the fact that during the pandemic, the Elections Assistance Commission temporarily suspended their certification program when they went out to certify voting system testing laboratories at the federal level. So, but the EAC, for them to not certify a voting system tabulation company or testing laboratory, they would have to revoke that certification. So the Elections Assistance Commission has said that Pro V&V, the voting system testing laboratory that certified the Dominion equipment, and the other voting system testing laboratory, SLI compliance, their certifications and accreditations have never been revoked. So when they went through and they certify our equipment as well as every equipment that's used in the state of Arizona, they are all EAC federally certified, which is required by state statute. They also then go through a state certification process. So all of our equipment is certified and can be used and is certified as accuracy. And one of those tests is to make sure that it is accurate. They're testing to make sure out of 10 million oval positions on ballots that they're accurate for every single one of them except for one. They have an allowance of being off by one. And the reason they have that allowance is we used, and it was mentioned, paper ballots, right? Every single voter casts their ballot on a paper ballot. As those ballots run through the tabulation equipment, dust can accrue, right? So that allows for that variance. However, we as election officials, we recognize that that can be a risk, so we're routinely cleaning the equipment so to address that risk of that 1 in 1 million oval for being inaccurate. Other things about our tabulation equipment, it's incredibly secure. So we heard one of our audience members say, equipment not connected to the internet. And that's absolutely the case. None of our tabulation equipment has ever been connected to the internet. This has been tested over and over again, not only through our own analysis, but outside entities, independent entities coming and verifying that our equipment is not connected to the internet. And you can easily see through our exposed wiring. So we have racking going from each one of our tabulators all the way tracing it directly back to the server. So you can see there's no wires even leaving the room, the central count tabulation equipment at McTech. We also we're very transparent, providing 24/7 live video feeds of anywhere that we're processing ballots in our central count facility. That includes our mail room, that includes our ballot processing rooms, that includes the ballot tabulation center itself, that includes our outside drop boxes, trying to provide as much options for the public to view all of our operations, as well as that political party oversight. But what's most important to us is making sure that we have that chain of custody, being able to, when those ballots are coming back to us from the voting location, we talked about 292,000 early ballots that are dropped off. They're coming in transport containers that are affixed with tamper evidence seals. When it's the ballots that were voted at the voting location in those black canvas bags affixed with tamper evidence seals, all of those are getting logged on that precinct ballot report, so we maintain that chain of custody. When we have to then take them to Runbeck, we have our staff members on site, as well as we had an appointee from the Republican, Maricopa County Republican Party on site as well, all signing off on these are the number of ballots that were scanned in ballots in a green affidavit envelope that were scanned in on the end of the night, election night, and then transferring that back to us. And that's how we know that we're over 290,000 on election night returned to us. So just chain of custody throughout the entire process.
And Mr. Just
Gallardo.
a note for the record, we mentioned the tabulation system being certified by the Elections Assistance Commission, and just for food for thought, throw it out there for the record, who's on the Elections Assistance Commission? 4 commissioners, 2 appointed by Donald Trump, 2 appointed by Barack Obama. That's who's on the commission that has certified our tabulation system. So just throw that out there.
Well, if that's the case, why is Coach East holding their vote right now and making Hobbs come on Friday?
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Chairman, so some of the comments that were made by our audience were concerns about the length of time it takes to tabulate ballots in Maricopa County. And a lot of this stems from just a misunderstanding of the process, right? A lot of voters, if you have high-profile contests and they're separated by wide margins, media outlets will call that race, sometimes with the very first posting of results. And that's been the case in Maricopa County and Arizona's history, that with that first post at 8 p.m., the margins are wide enough so the media outlets will call that contest. However, that does not mean that counting of ballots is still occurring. So what this graph is showing, going all the way back to 2016, on average, it's taken 13 days for Maricopa County to be able to tabulate all the ballots. Well, how long did it take us in the midterms of 2022? 13 days. We hit the exact average time frame in which we've been tabulating ballots, the length of time it takes to tabulate ballots, going all the way back to 2006. And you can see some of those years, it took us 17 days to count, or 15 days to count. And those were even before we had the statutory required curing period, as Mr. Valenzuela stated earlier, right? So that was another challenge that we had in this election, is so voters had an extra day to cure because of the Veterans Day holiday. So not only 5 business days, now we're going all the way to the Wednesday after the election before we can even finalize those results. We also had that 290,000 ballots that were dropped off on election day. As the recorder described in his opening remarks, those needed to go through, not only be returned to us on election night through all those chain of custody procedures that we described. We started getting those back at 11 p.m., scanning them in at our vendor so we can then get that image of that affidavit envelope so we can perform signature verification. But then we have to send, after they're signature verified, we'd have to go to a bipartisan board, a human board, a Republican, Democrat sitting together, separating that ballot from the affidavit envelope. That takes time to be able to then create all the chain of custody documents that they're completing so we can track that ballot to the very individuals that processed those ballots, not back to the voter, because as soon as that ballot is separated from that affidavit envelope, it's a secret ballot. But we can trace it back to all the way through the entire process to the boards that are handling that ballot. Eventually, then it has to go to be tabulated. And so we were able to take a 70% increase over prior elections, those number of early ballots, get all of those tabulated, still within historical average times of 13 days. There's also been a lot of comments about other states and how quickly they're able to count. Well, there's no state, there's no voting jurisdiction in the country that is done counting on election night. This is, again, going back to that misunderstanding. Those states maybe have wide margins, right, for those high-profile contests. So the networks call those contests immediately. So I went through and did some analysis, and I looked at Florida, right, because I hear a lot about Florida and how long and how quickly they're able to count. So I looked at Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and the county, I forget the name of it, but it's where Jacksonville is. And all of those counties didn't finish and post their final results until November 18th, 10 days after the election. So they were still counting for 10 days. I did the same thing with Texas. I looked at Harris County and Dallas County. They were also still counting ballots all the way up until the 18th. I looked at Salt Lake County. They were tabulating ballots all the way to the 22nd of November. every county, every jurisdiction in the country is tabulating ballots for several days after the election.
Mr. Chairman, just.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad you bring this up, Scott, because it comes up a lot. I see it not only on social media, but tonight as well, or this morning as well. Are there any political subdivisions with more than just 2 people, any large political subdivisions that count the ballots all in one night? Or at I think it was 1 a.m., they knew the election. No, they knew projections. They didn't know election results. They knew projections. But is there any political subdivision that does it in one night?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, I am not aware of any voting jurisdiction that is completed on election night with all of their ballots. And many of those, just like Florida, I know for certain that they can't be done on election night because they have a 2-day statutory curing deadline to allow voters to cure their signature. So they can't be done until at least 2 days afterwards, where ours is 5, but it takes us 8 because of it's business days.
And Mr. Chairman, I think it's just something to note that even throughout the country, even some of the most reddest states take more than just 1 or 2 days in order to complete the count. It takes a while. We have hardworking elections officials that are doing their best to try to get these ballots through tabulators and present the results to the media and to the public and the candidates, but it's unrealistic. It's a pipe dream to think that you can do it in 1 day, and I'm tired of hearing, so-and-so. No, that's a lie. That's not true. It takes them days in order to complete an election thoroughly, and that's what we see here in Maricopa County.
And just as a follow-up to that, Supervisor Gallardo, I know during our press conferences after the election, we were making this point, and during one of the conferences, Recorder Richer referenced sort of the status of Arizona, Maricopa County, up against other mail-heavy states, and we were positioned very well with the Utahs and the Colorados, the Californias, actually ahead of them. So again, it's apples and oranges, and this, I really think, this should put this to rest. This discussion of this issue of the timing. This was an average amount of time, and again, we don't set the rules here at Maricopa County. Those are set by the state legislature. But we will continue to work in a way to speed this up if we can do it in a way that maintains the accuracy and what should be most important to all of us, making sure that only eligible votes are counted. And that's what a lot of this process is about, is making sure those 290,000 ballots that were dropped off on election day, making sure those were eligible voters. I would think that everyone, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, unaffiliated, would only want legal votes counted. And so that's the major reason that it takes the time that it does. Mr. Jarrett.
So, Mr. Chairman, I also wanted to point out that just right around 20% of our electorate in the 2022 general election dropped off their ballot on election day. Right, but I also wanted to go back to some of those counties I was referencing, Miami-Dade. So their voter turnout during the 2022 midterm elections was 45%. Maricopa County's was 64.2%. That 20% difference are those voters that are dropping their ballots off on election day. Broward County, their voter turnout, 47.9%. Maricopa County, 64.2%. Right, so 20% of the electorate was given the opportunity to vote, and it was those voters that dropped off their ballots on election day. And as you so eloquently stated, it takes time to verify that those are legal votes and should be counted. And the recorder's office did an amazing job being able to go through and signature verify those ballots, process them, and then hand them back to the elections department so we could tabulate them.
Quick question.
Supervisor Galvin.
How many total votes in this election?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Galvin, 1,562,000.
Okay, so 1.56 million. And that percentage was how many of the late early drop-offs?
So just about 20%.
20% of 1.5 million.
Just shy of 20%.
Okay, thank you.
Something that Florida doesn't have, and still took them just as long to tabulate the ballots.
Hey, remove him from talking out of order.
Mr. Jarrett.
So, Mr. Chairman, this slide just highlights some of the different statutes that that do add some delays to the counting process, but also add integrity, right? So on election day, we're not able to remove any ballots that are voted on election day or dropped off. So that requires then those not to be able to start that processing for those early ballots until much later in the evening. Also the curing, we've talked about that several times today, just that state statute allows voters to be able to cure. And in this election, it was 8 days after election day. The early ballot processing is done by humans, right? Humans being able to, a board, a Republican and Democrat, separate that ballot. We can't add technology into that process to speed it up. And then all the post-election audits that need to take place before the board can consider and before the board can even call this canvassing election to be able to then certify the results. So the next claim I wanted to cover is Maricopa County has gone out of its way to shun and ignore the parties, particularly the Republican Party, since their work product was questioned. And this is just absolutely not the case. So we work very, very closely with all the political parties and the county chairs. I could not be more grateful for the support that they provide to the elections department as far as providing us temporary workers, but also the political party observers. They play such a critical role. So one of the things that we train our poll workers is when those political parties observers show up, right at the top of the guidance is thank that observer for their service. Welcome them into the voting location. Find optimal viewing options for those observers to be able to view, multiple within the voting location, because we know how important the political party's role and oversight is in this process. We invite them in to everywhere we're handling ballots, into our signature verification room, our ballot processing room, and our tabulation room. They can watch and observe all of our process, and then we answer their questions. We talked about the form that we provided them. If we weren't able to answer their questions, they're able to log it and document it. And then that's why we establish an ambassador program. An ambassador program, we borrow staff from the recorder's office, other elections department staff that may be not fully engaged, and then they make sure that they're escorting those observers around through the building. They provide a short tour of the building so they can understand the life of the ballot. And then if one room is short an observer, they work with all the observers to make sure that we have that oversight in every one of those rooms. It's an incredible program that we've implemented to make sure those observers are well informed. The other piece to this is our training and recruiting. So we had lots of questions about our bipartisan recruiting efforts. So, and I find this is actually, it balanced perfectly near. We had 920 Democrats working out of our voting locations and 920 Republicans. I just really want to actually send out a thank you to the county chair, Mickey Nyland. Right, she sent and was sending names. Historically, we've had a difficult time finding Republicans to be able to work. And she just continuously would send and contact more people and send us lists. I attribute this exact 920 to 920 to a lot of her efforts, but I really want to thank my recruiters. The efforts that they went through to find and make sure that we had that bipartisan representation, that balance. Then we had also 417 independents or libertarians or others that were working in roles as well. But that also extended to the tabulation center. So in our signature verification processing, our ballot processing, and the couriers, any one of those divisions that's handling a ballot or making a decision about a ballot, like a signature, we had 165 Democrats, 162 Republicans, and 60 members from either the independent or libertarian parties. So as far as training, and we've talked about that a little bit, for this election, we provided more training than we've ever provided our poll workers. And I saw some of that in use and being used on election day, especially when it related to our printer issues. More training in the form of premium poll worker training. We provided 2 days of training for all of our inspectors with lots of knowledge checks. That's where we really focused on that empathy training and being able to put themselves in the shoes of the voter. We're also focused on de-escalation training, giving them the tools that they can then be able to de-escalate a situation if it occurred in a voting location. But also lots more hands-on training with our technology, but it is also an understanding of state laws. We, in 2020, was the first time we rolled out computer-based training, and we kept that through the 2022 cycle because what we identified was a nice knowledge check. So every poll worker goes through and takes the computer-based training. It's about a 2-hour course, but they may take that 3 weeks before the election. On the night before or a couple days before, they can go back and revisit and take that training again. So not only were they provided in person, then they're provided the computer-based training. And then this was the first election where we provided those inspector workshops, those weekly workshops. We identified that if we don't have a strong, knowledgeable inspector, that voting location will be susceptible to having some type of failure. So that's why we offered those, and we also invited our troubleshooters to attend those inspector workshops as well. So a lot more training than what we've been able to provide in the past. And a lot of that was supported by the board and the resources that you gave us to be able to implement those.
Mr. Chairman, real briefly, Scott, there was a speaker that testified earlier this morning. I got her name down as Martha. She was a board worker, and she had a handful of concerns as a board worker. But one of the things she pointed out, which I wrote down, was the number of troubleshooters. I think her comment was the troubleshooter was responsible for 4 of the vote centers. And considering the locations on many of the vote centers, maybe that's something we look at. Maybe we hire additional. I know that's our first line of defense, is our troubleshooters to go and try to resolve any type of potential problems. Maybe we look at that to see how we increase the number of troubleshooters where they're not doing maybe 4, but maybe 2. I don't know. I'm just thinking off my seat here, but maybe something to look at, because she did point that out. And considering, I mean, if we're doing a precinct-based model, I can see 4 because they're relatively close together and you can pop around. But when you're looking at a vote center model and the potential of things, questions coming up, that it might be better if we look to how do we increase the number of troubleshooters where they're not covering 4 vote centers, maybe 2 or something like that. They're bouncing back and forth. That's just something. She pointed it out, and I thought that was.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gardo, we're always looking at opportunities, and I think even after we go through this our independent review of our printers, I think there could be a lot of different opportunities to just make our processes that much more reliable, and that might be a good option to consider.
Vice Chair Hickman.
Mr. Chairman, being that you just brought up some testimony in front of us today, Mr. Vonik brought up, I think he worked at a poll center at Dysart, and he said that the first voter was not processed till 7 a.m. That's an hour after start time. So we've looked into elections before where, you know, officially to me, it's the first voter getting through, not we open the doors. Was there a power problem at the Dysart one called in? Because I was trying to figure out why the tabulators didn't work out. And you said that there was some power surge issues. Well,
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, no, that one was related to the MoFi, so the virtual private network. It was the check-in stations. And so they worked fine the day before when they logged in through testing. The next day when they went to log into those site books, that MoFi, that virtual private network to establish back that connection to the voting location was not working. So we need to send out a T-Tech with a replacement MoFi.
Well, we've had, because of the pandemic and trying to find locations for people to vote at, you know, we were renting storefronts. I think we still did that again this year. Do your pre-group that gets in there test for those types of things, stress test that, if you will? I specifically with the power, we should be going to places that have enough power to run the tabulators. I mean, I don't understand that. I didn't think that was that much of a power drag on the system, but if it is, do we test that before we plug in?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hickman, so for the MoFis, we actually, when we do our assessment, we test for connectivity. We have two different versions. We have an AT&T version, and then we also have a Verizon version, and we test to make sure which would be better for that voting location. For when we're setting up, our T-techs are on site to be able to test those. But there could be, like an overnight, one of the outlets go out between the time that we've done the testing and then when it's going to be in operation. So, and just like everyone's house or everyone's home, we're very grateful for the community. Most of these are churches being willing to provide us a voting location. But there could be a faulty outlet that our staff didn't identify.
Okay.
All right, please proceed, Mr. Jarrett.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to actually turn this last claim over to Mr. Valenzuela.
Well, I appreciate Scott giving me a moment to close it out, because that's the easier part. But this claim is obviously with regards to the transfer area reads, where's the transparency in the counting of the ballots throughout the day? No coverage by MSM. This is weird. I'm not sure what MSM, but the fact is, mainstream media. I'm sorry, I was thinking it was. I have M&Ms on my mind probably. But anyways, if you go to the next slide here, we definitely, and we've already mentioned it, that we have the live streaming cameras throughout the facility. Anytime we have live ballots, they're in front of bipartisan boards. But on top of that, we've done that live stream, but we've also done quite a bit of outreach and communication. So you guys are preaching to the choir here, obviously, because the first part here is the press conferences and press releases that are unique and new to this process, where you're doing it once a week and then all the way up to and on election day every day since. So we did a total of 39 press conferences and press releases. Of those, 16 being the press conferences and 23 press releases. We have over 93 events, tours, and workshops. They break out where we did 70 of the 93 were community relations, to the extent where we're even inviting the legislators. I think it was mentioned that we reached out to come in and see the process behind the scenes. And then of that, 23 were virtual workshops, where some were, and at 2 hours plus, where we addressed a certain issue, whether it's security, chain of custody, whatever it may be. So that, again, was another outreach and communications that we provided. But one of the key things, too, and because the board provided that and under the partnership with the recorder, we did a lot of paid advertisement. A lot of folks can see that, and part of the canvas is required now, new things to say what kind of outreach we did. So these totals will be reflected in there. But it's impressive that 395 paid ads towards the both English and Spanish speaking community, on top of our non-costs like newsletters and social media. But even at that, we had a lot of interviews that all of you, chairmen, boards of supervisors, the recorder, did 600 plus media interviews, again, with the 16 press conferences plus 23 releases. The biggest thing, and I mentioned it earlier when I said the voter info at risk.maricopa.gov, we're very responsive to voters. Whatever the question, during this period from September 1 to November 10th, we answered close to 22,000 emails from voters with regards to asking questions, whatever it may be. What is my status? Where do I go? So that's an impressive number. And in addition to, and I know there was a mention about calls, we had a pretty short wait time, obviously just like rush hour traffic. Whenever the phones can get backlogged, but we answered over 56,000 phone calls during the period of the same period, September 1, November 10th, through our call center.
And
so
Ray, if I can just, sorry for interrupting on that, the STAR Call Center, for those who don't know, that's actually a partnership between the recorder, the treasurer, and the assessor, who happens to be here, Eddie Cook, our county assessor. And the work that they did was just incredible. They've brought a new team in there, and again, like you said, Ray, I mean, you have rush hour, you have, it can tend to be a little bit longer to get calls returned, but the level of service was outstanding. So I want to thank the three of them for their work, because for a lot of people that may be the only contact that they would have, especially if they're doing mail-in ballot, is via the phone. And then also emails, exceptional customer service, and finally I'll say the recorder himself personally, and the number of tweets that he responded to is pretty exceptional, getting good information out there to people. people. So thank you. You probably didn't get to watch any sporting events or the like over the past few weeks, but that sort of information I think was essential to hundreds of thousands of voters in Maricopa County. So Ray, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, and one of the things, close it out as far as before we get to the questions is, the one number that's very impressive, obviously, is we did on those across the span of TV, news, radio, that we had over 45 million impressions. That means 45 million hits from voters nationwide, obviously, or Arizona voters that are looking at it 2 or 3 times. So it's a very high number. And then Scott handed me, just because we have it, the average time spent with each caller was an average about 5 minutes from our call center. So it's a good number. And the speed of answering was 1 minute and 34 seconds. Again, other than the rush hour where we could have had those calls extended, but on averages, that was the time frame. So with that, I think we're at the closing, ready for the questions, if there are more, to fill those.
All right. Well, thank you so much to both of you for that thorough explanation and discussion of various items related to the election and directly responding to many of the questions that were raised during public comment. So with that, I'll now look to my colleagues. I know many of them have asked questions already, but any additional questions from my colleagues at this time?
I know I'm going to walk away, so I know I should ask that question.
Will you think of one?
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say thank you because I had asked you from the canvass in 2020 during a pandemic. I wanted to thank you because you were able to fit people in this auditorium so we could hear their voice and hear their questions. And I asked one thing, is there a chance to be able to set this canvas up that we can answer the questions that came in through the Star Center and through social media and to our offices, and how do we go from there? So I appreciate the way that you set this up, because a lot of the people that were here, if they chose to stay here after they got to ask their question or make their statement, they could have heard the answer. And this would be officially the county answer with what you guys did, your hard work through this time frame, that I appreciate it. I do know that this, if there's a canvas to be made by all 15 counties, it starts the contest period, where all opponents or people that are concerned can bring evidence into court and to show what went on with this election or what their experiences were. And they have the ability for that to be heard in front of a judge. So I appreciate this. I appreciate your hard work also to get out in front of this as much as you possibly could, and Recorder Richer, as we ran into problems. I was asking questions. Some of these questions I think I asked in the 2020 election on some of these issues. So I appreciate you guys' hard work, and our attorney's office, their hard work through a holiday period to provide answers to the public, to the Attorney General, to anyone who asks, and to get us to this point. I know it's very difficult during a time of strife like this, but I appreciate you being able to pull this off, with public comment. The 2020 canvass lasted for 3 hours, and one of my statements I made back then was, this is where we work. This is where we do our work. When your eyes start glazing over, and when you don't care what's being said because this is deep stuff, and you want to be here and pay attention to it, I just want to let you know that I appreciated you affording this time to our board and to the citizens of Maricopa County to be able to ask those questions and see this as a preliminary report.
Well, thank you for those comments. And you had asked this question earlier. I know during the public comment, I think we had over 8,000 people who were following along in YouTube. I think that's gone down a little bit since. But again, that's a testament to the team that makes this available. We understand a lot of people can't make it down here on a Monday morning. And again, we appreciate everyone who's taking the time to come down here. But we've made it a point as a board to make this available, anywhere. Someone sitting at their house so they can follow along. We know this is a large county population-wise, but it's also spread out a lot. So again, to the extent that people have gotten that exposure of what's gone on and gotten that information, I give the credit to our team, of course, who got the work done, but then our communications team who did an incredible job of getting that information out, both locally, nationally, and internationally. Supervisor Gallardo.
No, just real quickly, once again, just thank you, Scott and Ray, for all the work they have done, not only to compile this report, but all the work they have put in over the last 2 years and even before in order to conduct a day of voting, election time. I know there's a lot of folks there at McTech. I just want to put a shout out to them. They're hardworking. I know what it's like. I've been in their shoes. I know what it takes. I know the number of hours they put in to ensure that we have a solid election. I believe that's exactly what we have. I respect everyone's opinion. I do. I respect their opinion. Everyone has the right to give their thoughts and opinions, but you cannot, just because you don't like the results of the election doesn't mean there's fraud and corruption and all that stuff. The fact is, I think our job, at least for me, is to give the voters the truth. It's to tell them exactly what has happened. They have been able to answer every question that has been brought up and gave an explanation. You may not like the explanation, but they gave an explanation, and that's the important. It's to be able to stand up and tell the voters and the taxpayers across Maricopa County and this state the truth, what has happened, how things were handled, all the detailed, all the inquiries on transparency. There was a gentleman that was here earlier, probably, I think the second or third person who testified from Colorado, said there's no transparency, there's no transparency. Never gave an example of what he was talking about, only to rattle on that there was no transparency, no transparency. There is, and Ray and Scott went over every step. There are eyes and volunteers and observers on every step of the process. We have the most transparent election system, in my opinion, across this country. They should be commended for the jobs that they have done. Mr. Richards has done a phenomenal job under intense pressure and a lot of name calling. I get it. It's tough. It's what we signed up for, unfortunately, as being elected officials. We can take it. I have tough skin. I know we all do. But they shouldn't have gone through a lot of the garbage that has gone on over the last couple of weeks. The fact is that voters had an opportunity to cast their ballot. The fact is that every ballot that was cast was voted. To say that people were denied and no, every voter had an opportunity to cast their ballot, and it was explained perfectly here. What really frustrates me, and some people, you can call this, y'all can yell at me later, they'll call it, oh, this is being partisan. No, you look at the Twitter feed of Kari Lake and the Kari Lake War Room, they put up 28 posts on Twitter of 28 people speaking with concerns and comments and yelling at us. But when it came down to answering every one of those questions, not one tweet from Kari Lake explaining why there was the problems at the polling site, why there were some lies, not one explanation to the voters. It's a perfect example of Kari Lake not wanting to tell the voters the truth. She doesn't. She wants to tell one side of the story. She posted 28 different tweets. I looked at it right now, but not one tweet. Once the public comment was done, that was it. They shut it off, and that's all they want their supporters to know. They don't want to let the voters know the truth, and that's what's so frustrating about this. Our elections were safe, secure, accurate. Everyone had the right to exercise the most fundamental right they have, the right to vote. And when you have folks that are throwing rocks at the system, but not wanting to tell the voters the truth, that's unconscionable. Shame on her. Shame on her. The voters spoke. They decided. It just happened to not be her or some of the other candidates. It is what it is. The voters had the opportunity to have their voices heard. Ballots were counted, and this election was safe, secure, and accurate. Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, the 2022 election is over.
All right, do we have comments from my other colleagues?
Thank you, Mr.
Supervisor Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not much more for me to add. You know, I'm so impressed with the data that's been developed to answer every question that anybody brings forward. And I think if there was anything that should have been obvious in today's meeting is we really and truly want to answer any legitimate question. We want people to understand what the process is and how we handle things. And if there are other questions that come up after this meeting, we'll work on answering those as well. But I think anyone, and I was disappointed that so many people obviously didn't come here to get answers, because we were here to provide the answers if they were willing to listen. But after they got through making their speeches, they left.
Supervisor Galvin.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for your leadership throughout this entire process. Thank you so much today for leading our meeting. I want to personally thank our recorder, Stephen Richer. I think what people heard today was that there's two important aspects of the election process: the early voting aspect, which is overseen by the recorder in his office, and then the election day aspect, which is overseen by the Board of Supervisors, Scott, along with Ray. But in terms of the early voting aspect, it is spectacular. It is stellar. That is a tough Herculean job to take in nearly 1 million early votes, and we didn't hear any issues about that today. The issues that we did hear about were concerning the ballot printers, which we asked about at length today, and we're going to continue asking about. And, you know, the question is, does the county take responsibility? The county does take responsibility. When we do things that are well done, we take pride in that. And when things are less than optimal, we own that. And we're owning that today, and we're going to continue to explore that. I also want to thank the people that came out to speak. I was actually eagerly anticipating to hear what people had to say. This is the opportunity to give a redress of your grievances and to talk about the issues that you have. I always take notes when people speak. I write down their name, the issues that they have, the concerns that they raise. 35 people, by my count, expressed displeasure today with the county. Variety of issues, including asking to decertify the election, or they don't like Dominion machines, or they don't like Pentel pens, or they want to redo the election. But what I really wanted to hear was whether or not people had difficulty voting. I did hear from 8 different people who said they were either poll workers or poll observers, so I do appreciate the insight that they give. I want us to explore and to look into that. But in terms of people voting, I heard from 2 people who had difficulty voting. It sounds like they were able to vote. I want to name one gentleman named Scott from Mesa, who told a story that his wife had to wait 2 hours, and then he had to come back later in the night, and then he had to wait another hour to vote. Obviously not an optimal experience, and that is something not up to our standard, but that is something we should acknowledge. But we should also, yes, thank you for staying. I appreciate it, and thank you for your story. But I also want to acknowledge over the last 2 years, Maricopa County has been embroiled in this thunderstorm of misinformation. That a lot of times when people push out misinformation in the social media age, there are no consequences for that misinformation. And we just have to remind all of ourselves, right? Look inwardly, that when you see stuff in social media, in your echo chamber where it's voices that you already trust, it's up to us, each of us, to verify that information. And if someone pushes out misinformation and they don't get called out for it, maybe you should be the one to call them out for it or ask them to follow up, because there's a lot of stuff that gets pushed out every single day, but there's no follow-up. But, you know, we went through a so-called audit, which is one of the reasons why I applied for this position, because I've only been here less than a year. And I think that audit, that so-called audit, did so much damage to this state, and it did so much damage to this county. I'm speaking here, sir. And so I want to make sure that when the county falls short, that we take responsibility for it, because I don't see the people who were pushing for the audit taking responsibility for that joke of a process. But the other thing is that, you know, there's no movies when the county produces something called Correcting the Record about the 2020 election. This is the county here answering questions. And so the county's not going to shy from answering questions at all whatsoever. And the third thing is, all of us, instead of sitting and talking and complaining and pointing fingers, should work together for change to improvements in the system, The county's always going to be looking for improvements. I can tell you I'll be an advocate for whatever improvements that the county can do, but also as a state level, we should all work together. We have a new governor who's already been welcomed by our current governor. We have an incoming attorney general who's already had a discussion with our current attorney general. The state of Arizona has voted on a bipartisan basis and wants their elected officials to work together to get things done. And I intend to be a pivotal and hopefully central member of that process. I will do anything to help improve our election system here in Arizona. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Galvin, and thank you to all of my colleagues here. When I became chairman at the beginning of this year, I said during my chairman's speech that my goal was to make this the most transparent election that we've ever run in Maricopa County. And I think that due to the work of so many people in this room and others, we have accomplished that. As far as the communication was concerned, as far as making people aware of what was going on, this was transparent. And let me be abundantly clear, there's never been a perfect election, and this was not a perfect election. There were issues, but we were transparent about that, and Stephen Richer and I got on TV right away on Election Day, letting people know what was going on, letting people know that if they put their ballots in the ballot box, door number 3, that was a safe way to do that. We got the word out through the media, through our communications team. We have 24/7 live stream on MCTEC. We had more observers than we've ever had before, more parity, more Republicans and Democrats working on this together. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what was accomplished there. But there's no question we can do better. But life is not about those roadblocks you run into, but how you respond to those. And this team was ready to respond to these roadblocks because of multiple redundancies, because of the vote center process, because of the ballot box, the door 3, allowed people to make sure that their votes could be counted, as Supervisor Galvin has commented on. We'll do better next time. We will continue. We're all about continuous improvement at Maricopa County, and we are absolutely committed to that. But I want to say something else. Again, I agree with Supervisor Galvin and my colleagues. I'm happy that we were able to have the public comment that we did. In 2020, we couldn't. People were not here. I think this was a better process because of the people who came here, raised questions that were then, thank you very much, incorporated into the responses by Scott Jarrett and Ray Valenzuela. But there's one thing I want to comment on. The integrity of my colleagues up here on the dais and the integrity of Stephen Richer were questioned over and over and over again. And I know this is not my seat. This is the people's seat that I sit in. And one day I won't sit in this seat. But while I'm sitting here, I'm going to defend the integrity of these 5 men. You can think what you want to about me, but these are good men who are in public service for the right reasons. And I am proud to serve with every single one of them. Again, this was not a perfect election, but it was safe and secure. The votes have been counted accurately, and I thank everyone for their attention today. And with that, I would entertain a motion.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we approve the November 8th, 2022 Maricopa County General Election canvass, and I ask for a vote.
All right, thank you for that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll be happy to second the motion from Supervisor Gallardo.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.